Good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Southampton Town Board on this 28th day of September 2021. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And let's remain standing and join together for a brief moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and abroad each day. Let's join together. Okay, please be seated. Right, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Present.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Here.
Councilman Martell,
Here.
Councilman Bouvier,
Here.
Councilman Schivoni.
Present.
All right, so we are all here. We have an agenda before us. There are a couple of walk-ons as well. Let's put those onto the agenda. There's number 38377. Authorizes the supervisor to sign a letter of intent which expresses an interest to purchase housing units located in West Hampton. 38437 appoints Harold Odell, automotive mechanic, 5-position highway. 38440 accepts resignation of a maintenance mechanic 1 in parks. And 38445 is the 18th warrant. I'll make a motion to walk all those on. Seconded by Councilman Schivoni. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. We had 5 out of 5, so those will be made part of the agenda. All right. So before we,
Mr. Supervisor, I believe that Councilman Martell wanted to be added to 38377 as a
we can do that later.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
All right. So what I'd like to do before we go through the minutes and the communications, you all have received a copy of the budget. Am I correct?
Yes.
This is
Yes.
more technically the tentative budget. So you guys know the process. You'll make changes to it perhaps, and then we'll have a preliminary budget. We'll have public hearings on that, and then we'll adopt the budget. And, you know, a budget is a really critical document in municipal government. It's the blueprint. You know, we try to figure out all the potential expenses for the upcoming year, all the revenues that we intend to see. And then we have to collect from property taxes the balance. So it's important that we get it right. If you over project your other revenues, you end up not collecting enough in taxes. If you under project, you can collect too much in taxes. You don't want to fall short. And there's a tremendous framework of rules and laws that go into budgeting to be in full compliance. Of course, you have the New York State mandated tax cap as well, where you try not to increase the amount that you collect through property taxes by more than, depends, but roughly 2%, so that people's property taxes are relatively predictable and stable. So, preparing a budget means a tremendous amount of meeting with department heads and, of course, the controller and his staff, and particular Dorothy. And Dorothy's last name, once again, is Dorothy Godolewski.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dorothy,
Good enough.
saying that wrong. Len met with all the department heads, tried to find out what their needs are, tried to see what kind of efficiencies could be created to save money here or there. One of the greatest challenges besides COVID, which sort of flipped everything upside down, created incredible challenges in terms of costs that we had to assume for certain things to protect public health, to losses in revenues in all sorts of areas. But besides COVID, the population, as you're all aware, just has been skyrocketing. A lot of it is related to COVID, that people moved out here. But in the latest census, it showed a 22% increase in population. It's one of the largest I've seen of any area, 22%. A lot of places lost people, but we went up by 22%. It's, over a 10-year period, that's a lot. Typically town spending may increase 2% a year, 3%. That's really just keeps up with inflation. But then when you add on top of that, so many more people, you can't expect to be able to provide the same quality of services, same level of service without additional staff or additional spending. Factor inflation in too. There's a lot of purchasing that goes on. So, there's a lot of assumptions that go into budgeting. Nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody can tell you exactly what the next year is going to be. This year, we were really helped by mortgage tax. Interest rates were really low and a lot of people refinanced, and we had a really healthy real estate market to begin with. So we did well there, but interest rates were really low as well as it helped with mortgage tax. But we also put money into various interest bearing accounts. So we didn't see much interest or any interest from those. So different things go up and different things go down. Some of it's we can try to predict. Some of it is beyond that, related to world events and things like that, and hard to predict. So, I've been supervisor now since 2016. So just sort of at, a big picture view, when I took office, the town's debt was $123.6 million. Today, or at least, anticipated by the end of this year, we're projecting debt to be $83.9 million. So that's almost a $40 million reduction, a 33% reduction in outstanding obligation that, the town's bonded indebtedness. So that's the right direction. When I took office, our reserves, our rainy day funds, we had about 34 million in money in these various funds, surpluses. At the end of this year, we're projecting that number to go not 34 million anymore, but $54.7 million. So that's a 20,600,000 increase, or 60% increase in our reserves. Our capital budget, it's a big capital budget. We're projecting $25 million in spending on capital and infrastructure, but more than half, about $13 million, is going to be paid through cash flow. So we're only borrowing the balance of that, around $12 or $13 million. We continue our AAA credit rating, which helps us borrow at low rates. So in terms of this budget, there's not a lot in terms of new programs. We've added some staff where we felt we needed additional staff, particularly in public safety, right? But even with the additional staff, we're still below historic levels. So if you go back to when our population was 20% less, we actually had more people working for the town than we do today, even after we add a few more positions for next year. In terms of the tax rate, now I understand that this is a confusing topic for people. So there is a difference between taxes and the tax rate. The tax rate is the number we multiply against the value of your home to determine how much you're going to pay in taxes. And we want to see that tax rate go down if we can, and that should mean lower taxes. But if your property value goes up, even if the tax rate goes down, the two get multiplied together. So we put a freeze, as you know, on property values for assessment purposes. So for 2 years, we haven't adjusted anybody's property values. And we've seen over the past 2 years, probably the largest jump in property values. So bear that in mind when I talk about the tax rate. So it would be easy to lower the tax rate if everybody's property value went up by 15, 20%. I'd be lowering the tax rate by probably 15 to 20%. We have a flat valuation. We're still going to see a decrease in the tax rate of approximately 1%. So that's for the general fund. Now, of course, there's lots of other funds. Some are down, some are up. Some people pay and others don't pay. So the general fund is the one that everybody pays, and we're looking at a 1% decrease in this budget. So let me see if there's anything else I want to say about this budget. You know, it funds all the things that, you know, I believe need to get funded to maintain the level of service that, you know, our residents expect. It stays well within the tax cap. So we're not growing the amount we're collecting through taxes by more than allowed by New York State. In fact, it's probably 700,000 less than what we could. In other words, we could have spent another $700,000 and still complied with the state cap. But we didn't do that. Of course, it's going to be your budget soon. And you guys are gonna, you know, your priorities and my priorities probably are largely the same, but there might be some differences. It's not easy to do a budget. There are literally thousands of decisions that get made, thousands of assumptions that get made. And, you know, Len has done really a great job in compiling this with Dorothy, but, you know, he's been conservative in his practices in terms of anticipating revenues and being realistic on expenses. And, you know, for years, we've enjoyed the benefits of accurate budgeting. So we've gotten awards. Len has gotten several awards. I see some on the wall behind him. So we're very fortunate to have somebody with his capabilities putting together this budget. And I look forward to you guys reviewing it and some of your thoughts on changes that could be made to the budget. Len, do you want to say anything more about the budget?
You pretty much encapsulated it. I just want to reiterate the town's, since I started, which was probably before you. You mentioned some statistics prior, but I started when Anna took over, and I can't underestimate the power of paying down a debt. Just think of your own household. You know, when you pay off your mortgage, how much more money you have to spend on everything else, right? And we have what's like equivalent of the town mortgage out there, right? You know, and this town, when I took over, had the numbers that you said, but they were even larger. When I took over, the debt was over $170 million when I first came. It's down to, you know, that manageable number of 83 million. So every year now, it's pretty much unprecedented the way we budget. We're actually basically, instead of putting on our credit card, we're spending big investments in the town. We're spending money on community centers. We're spending money on you know, infrastructure, road infrastructure, drainage, beaches. The budget, when you look at the capital budget this year in particular, it has money for Hampton Bays Water District, infrastructure, critical infrastructure that, you know, it's just not stuff that you do every day. And so the capital budget is a really comprehensive investment in the community. And for the amount of money that we're spending, to write a check out of our account for half, better than half of what we're spending, and not having to borrow it is unprecedented in modern government budgeting. I can tell you that. Not in Suffolk County, I can tell you that just doesn't happen. So, and the more you pay in cash, it's like everything else. Once you start paying things in cash, the more you pay in cash because you don't need to borrow. There's just that much more money around. So that's a critical thing that this town has accomplished. And I hope that this ball, the snowball rolling down the hill, just keeps going. And we get to the point where, you know, you really have very limited debt and you're just basically going to pay as you go budget. It's more efficient. And you pay for the things that you can afford. And I think that we're on the right track. You've went through all the major items. The budget is some 10,000 lines. You know, there's staffing, there's benefits, there's insurance, there's contractual items, there's union contracts, there's police contracts, there's all kinds of stuff that goes into the budget. I think that this winds up being a very proactive budget that invests in the community, and I think you've said it well, Supervisor. So I look forward to public debate, discussing the items, and you know, there'll be things that come up that perhaps need to be adjusted because, like anybody else, if you post 10,000 lines of anything, you're bound to get something wrong. So I look forward to those discussions and addressing any issues that may arise.
Understand too that some of the spending, it's spending, but there's revenues attached to it. So, you know, a code enforcement officer, you know, will generate a certain amount of revenue in fines. When we converted our street lights to LED lights, not only was it good for the environment, but it paid for itself within the first 5 years. And starting next year, we're seeing $100,000 in savings over what our utility bill would have been had we not done that. You know, we're doing solar at, we actually don't have to spend anything on it, but the North Sea landfill, and that's going to generate as much as $100,000 a year. So a lot of the decisions we're doing actually have revenues that will come in the future. So they might be spending now, like energy efficiency, but there's money that comes in later because we made good decisions. And I think a lot of what we're doing is really thinking about the future of the town, not just this year or next year, but the long-term fiscal health of the town of Southampton and making wise investments, wise decisions. You know, like the building we bought in West Hampton for the growing needs of the western portion of the town. It's going to be a great community center. And had we had to build it ourselves, it would have been 6 or 7 times the cost. So it's a good decision. So I don't know if you guys want to ask any questions now. You guys are going to need time to review the budget. So if you want to say anything now, other than that, you know, we're going to have plenty of conversations about it. All right. Thank you, Len. And thank your staff, please.
Okay, thanks. I'll sign off now. I'll leave you guys to your job.
Thank you.
All right. So back to the agenda. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the September 14th, 2021 meeting.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the communications?
Following communications have been received in my office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the town of East Hampton and the town of Riverhead, the Riverhead Comprehensive Plan Update from the Village of Southampton, Board of Trustees, proposed local laws, district table of use regulations, Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation hearing notices for locations on South Main Street and Burnett Street in Southampton Village, and Planning Board hearing notice for Halsey in Southampton. New York State liquor license, 30-day advance notice to municipality, new application for East Montauk Highway in Hampton Bays. Financial disclosure statements were filed from the listed individuals, and we have received emails and letters regarding the following. PSEG LI notice of completion for a tree removal project in Noyak. The following bid opening took place on September 15th for carp removal in Mill Pond Water Mill. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
Right, thank you, Sunday. All right, we have a number of public hearings scheduled, 6 of them. And this is always challenging doing this via Zoom. You know, we're still meeting, or we've gone back to these Zoom meetings because of the Delta variant and because of some work being done at Town Hall with the elevator. We wanted to make sure we were as accessible as possible. So we've chosen Zoom meetings. And, you know, with the hope that this is as easy for the public to participate in as possible. So, and Charles, you're going to have to manage this as we get to letting people in. So,
no problem.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, would you read the first public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 1 on the acquisition of lands of Tracus Realty LLC and amend the CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
All right. So I imagine our CPF program manager is going to introduce this.
Yep, Lisa. I will-
Thank you to the public for your patience as we bring people in and out of the panel. Right now, there seems to be a cat there. That's not an avatar, is it? Please.
Lisa, you're muted.
Ah, there you are.
No.
Good evening, everyone. Just get situated here. Lisa Combring, CPF Program Manager. Thank you, Charles, for letting me in on this public hearing. The first hearing for your consideration this evening is the property of Tracus Realty LLC. Property is located at 405 Old Canoe Place Road in Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-209-217. And I'd like to bring up an aerial of the property now so that you can see the property as I'm describing it further to you. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so the property is outlined in yellow, and you'll see all around it other properties that have been preserved and are owned by the town of Southampton, including one immediately to the west, and several adjacent properties that are north and also surrounding it, except for two lots on the east. The property is included in our CPF project plan under the Shinnecock Hills Greenway target area. The property is also in a critical environmental area. That's the Shinnecock Indian Contact Period Village Fort designation. It would be purchased and preserved as open space. It's 0.74 acres in size, and the purchase price is $370,000.
All right. So let me start with one question. There's a house to the north. How does that house get access?
If you see on the aerial, I don't know if you can see my cursor, there's an easement on the adjacent property. And that's the driveway that is used to access this particular property.
It almost looks like they're accessing it through this property. So I just wanted to be clear that they had a different access. Secondly, there's, you know, a number of houses surrounding this piece. They obviously have the benefit of not having another neighbor and having more peace and quiet, but we also don't want encroachments either. Would the intention be, we don't want them to basically be putting structures or using this property. So are we putting a fence around it, or how will we steward this property to prevent encroachments?
Well, I believe there is one encroachment on the east side that will have to be addressed. And if necessary, we do install split rail fences if we have an issue with encroachments. So we inspect the property, obviously, and we do monitor it on a regular basis. we only really put up fences if we're having an issue with a neighbor, just so we can maintain the open space, open feeling of a property. So we would monitor this, and if it was necessary, we could install a split rail on any of the sides if we had to.
So what are some of the benefits to acquiring this besides the obvious benefit to the houses around it?
Well, this is included in the CPF project plan as a desirable property for acquisition because it's in Shinnecock Hills and it's part of the greenway of that whole area. It is also in a critical environmental area and recognized for being in the Shinnecock Indian contact period. And as you all know, we have spent time, particularly over the last couple years, acquiring a lot of vacant properties in Shinnecock Hills with the idea of preserving those properties because they may be environmentally and culturally sensitive.
And the price is $370,000, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, I have no further questions. Board?
Yeah, I have a question. We had talked about encroachments. It kind of looks like there's one on the east side and another on the north side, but I know that you will look into all those and make sure that they are no longer encroachments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it looks like there might be a structure or something right in the middle of the property. It's hard to tell, but have you been out there?
I did walk the property some time ago. I didn't see anything in the middle because it is fairly wooded, but obviously we do an inspection prior to closing, and we can have somebody go out sooner than that to make sure that there isn't anything in the middle of the property that we're not aware of right now.
It could be some garbage or something. It's hard to see with the shadows and stuff, but if you could take a look, yeah.
Absolutely. And we also have a survey done, and if there's any large areas of debris, those are typically noted on the survey so that we can have the attorney for the seller address that prior to closing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board for Ms. Combrink?
Yes, Lisa, we have this property and all of our CPF properties inspected at least once a year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? All right, I'll go to the public. Charles, has anyone indicated they wish to be heard at this hearing?
Please raise your hand if you'd like to be heard.
Only on this public hearing, not on any of the others or public portion, just on acquiring the Trackus property.
I see no hands.
All right. So I think it's been the board's practice with these Zoom public hearings to leave the record open. So I close the public hearing and leave the record open for 2 weeks for any written comment, if that's okay with the board.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Sunday, the second hearing notice.
Public hearing number 2, to consider amending the Town of Southampton Community Preservation Project Plan, consider the acquisition of lands of Camp Jerome LLC, and amend the CPF Management Stewardship Plan to include the property.
All right, thank you. Lisa Combrink, our CPF Program Manager, will introduce us.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The second public hearing for this evening is property owned by Camp Jerome LLC. The property is located at 607 Main Street in Quiog. It is part of Suffolk County Tax Map number 900 378 112.3. And I'm going to bring up the property on the screen so you can take a look at it. So you'll see that the entire property is outlined in yellow, and the portion of the property that is under consideration tonight is the area that is noted in the black and yellow dotted line, and then a black dotted line here, and it's identified as area of interest by our map makers in GIS. The total area of the property that we're considering is 4.611 acres. And the property is in Quiog, as I mentioned, and it is located very close to two churches and around a curve as you would take the back way into West Hampton Beach. This property was the subject of a petition some time ago encouraging you to buy, to purchase it for preservation purposes. And we did also receive a letter today from an interested resident also in support. This is known in the area as the Pony Farm. It's really not a farm, but it does have a very small stable at the back part of the property. And for those of us who drive that way sometimes to West Hampton, it's very familiar. It has a split rail fence in front, and at times over the years, there were one or two horses there. And this was an area that a lot of young children took lessons. And so I think it's regarded very fondly by the community. And that's part of the reason why there was so much support over the last several months to consider this for acquisition. The property would be added to our CPF project plan under the Village, Hamlet Green, Parks and Recreation category. It's not in the project plan right now. The property is the subject of a subdivision application, which is underway, and the access to the developed portion of the property would then be through Alden Lane on the side, and the access to that developed portion would be cut off from the portion in the front if the acquisition moves forward. The purchase price for the property is $3.5 million.
Lisa, the subdivision request that's pending, is it to create that black dotted line there, or?
Yes, it is.
It looks like there's a number, so it would be two lots, one, let's say on the right and one on the left.
Correct, yes.
And how many residential structures are on the lot on the right?
It's a large estate. There's one main house. I believe there's also a guest house. I'm not sure what else is on that developed lot. I think if you look at the area, you can also see there's a swimming pool. So it's a very developed lot, but it is not going to be further subdivided.
Now, would it create a variance issue? It looks like that lot line almost runs through a barn or something.
I don't think there's a variance situation. I mean, we're not purchasing any of the structures that would be included on that newly created lot.
No, I understand that. So what
Yeah.
kind of the thinking behind my question?
Oh, I understand. Right.
Right, so we're doing an appraisal on a lot that doesn't exist. We've come up with a number, and we don't know that that lot could actually even be created. The line might have to shift over. That's something the planning board would have to determine ultimately where that line is. Yeah, we've already determined the price. That's my concern, and I don't want to put the zoning board in the position where they felt like they had to approve some variance to create this lot. Which would really be giving this person value for something he would not ordinarily have achieved. So I'm a little bit, I understand, I'd like to see this preserved, but I'm not sure we can exactly say where that line's going to be right now.
Well, I think, Mr. Supervisor, the appraisal was done based on the preliminary subdivision map that had been submitted to the planning department and would be the subject of review.
So the price could be adjusted by lot area?
I'm sure that it could be, but the line that's shown here is the same line that was shown on the map that was submitted for review as part of their preliminary application.
And what is, Lisa, what's the intended use of this property? You said Hamlet Park? Is it
Right, it
gonna
would be Village Hamlet Green Parks. I think primarily it would be open space, but we did want to leave the pony stable in the event at some point in the future, you know, if the town did want to continue any kind of riding lessons or something like that in the future. We didn't want to have that structure removed from the
Well,
property,
then would we have
just in
to,
case.
would we have to acquire it as an agricultural property if we were gonna have a riding stable of some sort?
No, it would be it's really a recreational use.
Okay. And so you'd be prepared then to mow that lawn that's there? Not you personally, but your department?
We didn't figure out yet who would be responsible for the stewardship of that. I think that most likely this would fall to Parks. It would be under their purview. Right now, I haven't driven by recently. I don't know that there is a lot of grass in front. I think the back portion is wooded.
Is this a good spot for like a gazebo or a playground or something like that?
I don't think it's that big of an area that, you know, I think, as I remember it, the last time I drove by, it was some like very low kind of sandy area. I don't know that there would be a lot of maintenance that would be required on the front portion, but that's certainly something that we can take a look at.
Indeed, my last question, the yield on this piece, would it be, if we didn't acquire it, 1 home, 2 homes, 3 homes? Do you know what the zoning is?
The zoning is R40.
And
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 this
this
is
is-
4.6 acres. So let's say they could probably have at least three.
Maybe even 4 homes.
Yeah,
Okay, it's
3 to
1 acre
4
zoning
homes.
and it's 4.6 acres. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably be 4 homes. Okay. Let me turn it over to the board. Any questions?
Sure, Lisa, if there was a community group that wanted to utilize that front lawn, it's right across from the church there. It's kind of, you know, a centering in Quiog. Would it be possible under the Hamlet Green designation that we're purchasing it under?
I think as long as it was consistent, you know, we'd have to take a look at it on a case by case.
Okay, I guess, right, it would
You know,
depend what
no commercial type.
it was,
You
right?
Generally,
I'm thinking more benign, more like a local Boy Scout troop or something like that, that needed a field that they could utilize.
mhm. I
Um,
think
They
that would
probably
be
could use that, right? Okay,
consistent with Hamlet Green or Parks and Recreation, sure.
okay, good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else? All right, let's go.
Yeah, so if we're not quite sure about the lot lines, can we keep it open? Or like you said, it was based on a site plan, so we kind of have a good idea of where they would be, and then like Jay had said, the supervisor had said, then the price could be adjusted if the property size increases or decreases a little bit?
I think we could do that. The subdivision map was provided to the appraisers, and they prepared their report based on what we call an extraordinary assumption. So they made the assumption that the subdivision with the line in that location was approved. But we can certainly, I think we can adjust that if the line would vary from what has been shown on the subdivision map.
Well, and like Jay said, he said he saw something encroaching. I see, it looks like a basketball court, and then something else up by the yellow elbow, kind of, so.
Mhm.
But it's hard to tell because they're fat lines on a map, so,
Right.
yeah, okay.
And one last thing, Lisa, there is a driveway, it appears, that would be coming through this proposed CPF purchase. And another driveway coming off of Alden. They're going to be switching their access to the property, obviously, to
Yes.
Alden. Okay.
Yes, they are, and that's part of the contract.
Okay.
All right, anything else from the board? All right, let's go to the public. Charles, is anyone indicating they wish to be heard on this possible acquisition?
I see no hands.
All right, I'll wait a moment. If you wish to be heard on this public hearing, this is public hearing number 2 on the lands of Camp Jerome in Quiog. Now's your opportunity.
No hands.
All right, so Lisa, we do have this sort of outstanding issue that, I don't see acquiring this until the lot is created. We have a valuation and a agreement with the owner on 4.611 acres at a certain price, but if that lot line is adjusted, we would have to adjust it accordingly. So I think that we could close the hearing, leave the record open for 2 weeks. But before we do a resolution to acquire, I think we need a little more clarity on that issue.
Understood, and I will speak to planning and find out where the application is and confirm the location of the line, and also make sure that confirm that the area is still 4.611. If it's slightly different, then we'll make an adjustment.
Okay,
Does that
All right.
sound reasonable?
it sounds reasonable. Yeah, so I'll make a motion to close the hearing, leave the record open for 2 weeks.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the third public hearing notice. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 3 to consider amending the Town of Southampton Community Preservation Project Plan. Consider the acquisition of lands of Jones and amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include the properties.
Thank you, Sunday. And we'll go back to Lisa Combrink, our CPF Program Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The third public hearing this evening is owned by Jones, and it's Jacqueline and Edward Jones, 30 East Diana Road in Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-259-1-1. I'll put the property up on the screen so you can see. Let's see, hold on. There we go. All right, so the property is outlined in yellow. It's 0.71 acres. It is adjacent to a very large piece that's purchased, also on East Diana Road. This is in a critical environmental area of freshwater wetlands, and it's also in the Hidden Cove watershed. It's 0.71 acres. And right now, as you can see, there are a number of improvements on this property under the contract of sale. It's the owner's responsibility prior to closing to obtain all the permits and to demolish all the structures on the property. If the acquisition is approved, the property would be added to the CPF project plan under the wetlands preservation area category. This would, once the improvements are removed, then be adjacent to this other larger piece and would be preserved as open space. The purchase price for this property is $935,000.
All right, thank you, Lisa. And it's what you said, it's 3/4 of an acre, something like that, 0.71.
0.71, yes.
And we own the property next door. Or would we remove looks like a dock, or would we allow for like boats to launch from there or anything like that? Or this is?
No, I think the dock would be removed, and depending on the condition of the wetlands, we may do some restoration work there. Right now, there is the house and there's some items in the back of the yard that need to be removed. So I think we would assess this once everything is taken off, as far as whether it would be the subject of any further restoration.
Is there a natural shoreline there, or is that bulkheaded?
This is a natural shoreline.
All right. Were there any issues with contamination in this area that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let me go to the town board. Any questions for Ms. Combrink? All right.
Jay, you had said about contamination, that I think the property to the south, there was something that went on there. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, but
Something to do with MTBE, maybe?
yes, I believe so, because there was some sort of
Cleanup?
pumping station or something that was there a while ago.
Right, MTBE or something like that.
Yeah.
A gasoline additive that they may have done some cleanup on the neighboring property.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that, Julie. All right. All right, let's go to the public. Anyone from the public who wishes to be heard? On
I
this,
do have someone.
this is only on Jones. Bring that person in, Charles.
Amy Paradise.
Okay, yes, I thought I received a letter from her or email.
You did.
Okay, Amy, we can hear you. I know we can see your name, but we're not seeing your face, but we can hear you. So if you want to
Yes,
just,
yes.
okay, maybe minimize this. Lisa, can you stop screen sharing?
Sure.
Unless Amy needs it, so.
Okay.
No, I don't know why the video isn't working. Hold on. No, it says the video is working. At any rate, I just wanted to say that purchase is brilliant. I've been driving by that and hoping you'd buy it, because it'll help so much cleaning up in that area on that little cove. That's wonderful. That's all.
All right, we appreciate that. Thank you, Amy. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard, Charles?
I see no other hands.
All right, so I'll make a motion to close the hearing and leave the written record open for 2 weeks.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, we move on to the fourth public hearing notice, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing number 4, to accept the transfer and gift of a portion of the former Nassau Council of Girl Scouts property in Hampton Bays to the Community Preservation Fund Program.
All right, and I guess, Lisa, do you want to introduce this as well?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. This property is at the corner of Red Creek Road and West Landing Road. It is part of Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-153-1, 8.1. I'm going to bring up a photograph of the property that was taken today. This is the front, and this house is at the corner of Squiretown Park, also known as the former Girl Scout camp on Red Creek Road. And when the Girl Scout camp was purchased, this 20,000 square foot parcel was left out, wasn't purchased with CPF funds. It was purchased with affordable housing monies. And there were plans many years ago to use this part of the property for affordable housing. And unfortunately, that did not move forward. And we would like at this point to bring this tiny corner of the Girl Scout camp or Squiretown Park back into the larger 65-acre property and bring it under the stewardship of CPF so that we could demolish the house and clean it up and really improve this particular corner as you approach the entrance to Squiretown Park. As you know, we are making a number of other improvements over time in the park. And I think this would really be a big improvement to all those efforts.
I want to speak on this too, but could you maybe pull up an aerial? Do you have the aerial picture of it too?
I'm sorry, I do not have an aerial.
Or GIS link? Okay. Well, let me say this. First, a correction. So when you say it was purchased with affordable housing money, there was no money taken out of a dedicated fund for affordable housing to acquire this. This was purchased with general fund money with the intention of doing affordable housing here. So, you know, years have gone by. It was not used for affordable housing. The structure is no longer salvageable. You know, when I visited it years ago with the town engineer, there were, you know, she had identified real problems with the foundation on this building. It's been sitting there as a blight in the community. Of course, if we knock it down ourselves, there's costs associated with it. The CPF fund has money in its account for demolition. So we certainly, if it was just added to the 60-acre Girl Scout camp, becomes part of the CPF holdings there, and CPF funds could be used for demolishing it rather than burdening the taxpayer anymore, the property taxpayers, for the cost of demolishing it. In terms of affordable housing, well, it's kind of sad in a way that, because we know how big of a need is, there is one development right associated with this home, a sanitary credit that has some value and could be sold to somebody who needed to acquire a credit. I don't know in the Hampton Bay School District what such a credit would be worth, but selling that credit, that money would go toward affordable housing. So we could dedicate that to creating affordable housing here or anywhere else in the community. So it sat there too long. Something had to happen here. You know, I felt the best approach was to literally give the property to CPF and let them tear down the home and add it to the holdings, the park holdings. It's not a house that's sitting in the middle of nowhere. It is adjacent to a really special park. This was the old caretaker's house from the Girl Scout camp. In and of itself is not a historic building, at least not to my knowledge. And you know, it would just add to the green space in the park. So with that, let me go back to either Lisa or the town board. Lisa, is there anything else you wanted to add before we answer questions?
Thank you. I did just want to add, when we do bring a portion of a property back into CPF like this, we do look at whether the use would be consistent with CPF and the overall use of the property that it's going to become part of. So I think that definitely meets the criteria to do that.
All right, so to the board, any questions about this?
No questions, just that this house has languished for a number of years, and it's adjacent to a 65-acre gorgeous piece of property that we're going to be hopefully doing some work on in the near future. So this is entirely appropriate and time. It's time to do this.
And anyone else? Any questions or comments from the board before we go to the public? All right. Charles, has anybody indicated they wish to be heard at this public hearing?
Amy wants to speak again.
All right. So let's stop sharing the screen, Lisa.
Yep.
And let's bring Amy back. And this is not the Squire's house, not the White House.
Yes, I know that. And
Okay,
I'm not even going to go there discussing that.
Yeah, 'cause I saw
But
that.
my suggestion for the property would be that you give it to Habitat for Humanity and let them build affordable housing there.
Okay,
That's it.
all
We
right.
need affordable housing. It was designated for affordable housing. Let somebody in the town have a nice place to live. They have a great program for doing those kinds of things, and I bet you could do it. That's all.
No, thank you, Amy. That is something the board could consider. Splitting, we'd still have to subdivide the lot because it was never subdivided, and then giving it away to a group like Habitat for Humanity, and they would pay to tear it down and build a new home there.
Yep,
Okay,
they would. And designate it for somebody in the town. That would be the only limitation.
yeah, that we may not be able to do. It really depends on the funds that are used to create the house and what
Well,
regulations.
Habitat for Humanity can choose who they give property to. And they have financial criteria, but I'm sure that,
Right, well, if they're using grant money, that's federal grant money, state or county grant money, then there are restrictions attached to those funding sources. If
Yeah.
it's just private money that they've raised, then they might not have those restrictions.
at any rate, that was my suggestion.
All right, thank you for that thought. All right, and I see Michael Daly is here too, so.
Right.
Michael,
Yeah, I just, I agree with Amy, and my question would be, at a time like this, it seems so counterintuitive to give up anything that has the possibility of affordable housing for our community. And couldn't the Southampton Housing Authority be brought in on this to take a look at it, at the possibility of creating an affordable home or multifamily affordable residence for either rent or purchase? I would really like to see us exhaust all possibilities of that actually becoming affordable housing before adding it to parkland.
appreciate that, Michael.
Mhm.
You know,
Thank you.
in general, and we have a number of affordable housing proposals underway. The Hampton-based community that, from a market rate perspective, has provided a lot of the workforce housing because it's been a less expensive area, and our focus has been trying to get affordable housing in other communities. Because Hampton-based has sort of done their fair share. But I think it's worth considering. It's a board decision. I've put this forward because I felt that it was adjacent to a large park on the corner there, and was it made sense. CPF could pay the cost of demolition, and I still think it makes sense, but it's up to the board.
Yeah, I mean, just think of how lovely it would be for a family to be able to live there next to that big green space in the park, and if it was an affordable opportunity. So I think there's two sides to it. I absolutely understand your thought and reasoning behind it, but I feel
wouldn't want to see it sit there
No.
for 5 or 6 more years just falling apart.
No, I'll go and take it down next week. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Charles, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard?
I see no hands.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to close the hearing and leave the written record open for 2 weeks so we can get additional community input on this.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
I approve. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the 5th public hearing notice.
Public scoping session to facilitate preparation of draft environmental impact statement, DEIS, for the change of zone application entitled Concern for Independent Living, proposing a change from R20 to multifamily MF44 and an increase in residential density pursuant to 330-8 to enable 12 units per acre in order to construct a 60-unit supported housing development that is 100% affordable in the hamlet of Tuckahoe.
All right, thank you. And I'm wondering if we have Janice Shearer coming on? And
Yeah.
if- and is Janice introducing this? I see Chick Voorhees here.
Good evening. Hi, everybody.
Yes, Janice.
Oh, here comes Janice.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, before we start, just one quick announcement that the tentative budget is now available online if anybody wants to see it under under the supervisor's office 2022 budget. So, okay. So Janice, are you going to begin this or?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to just give you a brief introduction and then
Let me just give you a brief introduction. So Janice Shearer is our land management administrator. I sang it wrong.
Town Planning and Development Administrator. Close enough.
Mr. Supervisor, I just have a quick question. Sorry to interrupt. There are two other people that I wanted to have available that maybe Charles could let in. One is Charles Russo.
Okay.
There is Ralph Fasano. I don't know if they've been admitted yet as panelists.
Not yet. Charles Russo and who else?
And Ralph Fasano.
Okay. Charles is coming in now.
So just to give you a real quick intro, thank you, Chick. This is a zone change application. This right now is what is called a scoping session. And it's not a combined public hearing for the DEIS yet, but it's the beginning of being able to determine what kind, so let me just backtrack for a second. This is Concern of Southampton. It's commonly known as the Full Gospel Church, right on County Road 39, 130 County Road 39. And it's the parcel, they're asking to subdivide into two parcels, the back parcel being 5 acres and asking for a zone change. The board said that, you elected to consider this zone change but you recognize that it has potential for significant environmental impacts and would require a draft environmental impact statement. So this is part of that secret process tonight where the board the applicant gives us a draft scope and we then issue a final scope. What's a scope? A scope is what we're going to look at in terms of the potential impacts of the application. And the purpose of scoping is to say what data and what extent and quality of information is necessary in order for you to be fully informed to make a decision. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chick, and Charles Russo is the attorney for the applicant and Ralph Fasano is representing Concern for Independent Living. And I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
I don't see Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph texted me. He said he's having trouble raising his hand. So I hope that he is.
Must be under a different name though.
R. Fasano,
listening.
F-A-S-A-N-O.
F-A-S-A-N-O, yes.
I don't see him. Nope, I don't see him.
Is Charles Russo wanted to introduce it, Chick? Would you want to start with him?
Yeah, Charlie Russo was going to start. Charlie, you may want to come on and unmute.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can help.
We can hear you, Charles.
Okay. You don't have to look at my ugly face. We, I don't know where Ralph is, but as was just stated, our application our application has moved on to this scoping session. We are proposing 60 units at this site, 100% affordable housing. Some of the board members have had an opportunity to see some of the projects we've developed, and we have been working with the church in proposing this application and dealing with all sorts of issues that Chick will be addressing in a couple of minutes. I think that, Chick, maybe it probably would be prudent for you to just get into the into your submission.
Certainly. Yeah, I've been texting with Ralph Fasano. He's still trying to get on, but we don't want to hold up the proceedings.
Right.
I'll just say that my name is, for the record, is Chick Voorhees, or Nelson Pope Voorhees. I'm a certified planner and a certified environmental professional. I am working with Concern for Independent Living to complete the EIS and the seeker process for this project. I'm also familiar with the town board's positive declaration that was dated July 13th, 2021. And my office prepared the 16-page draft scope that is dated August 24th, 2021. And that was prepared in response to the positive declaration issued by this board. The draft scope is the subject of tonight's hearing, as Janice mentioned. It has been made available to the public, any parties of interest on record, involved agencies as required by seeker. And Janice spoke a little bit, but under seeker part 617.8, scoping is required for any new project subject to a positive declaration. And the hearing by the board tonight follows the correct seeker procedures. As explained by Janice, the only purpose of tonight's hearing is for the town board to receive comments on the draft scope that a final, so that a final scope can be issued. And our team is listening. We may not all be panelists at this time, but we are here to hear the comments and assist the planning staff in completing the final scope that will be adopted by this board at a future date. We don't plan on answering questions unless there's something directly related to us, and that is customary for these types of hearings. I'll just say that the draft scope contains all of the required elements pursuant to seeker, and this includes a description of the project, permits and approvals that are required, potential adverse impacts that we identified directly out of the positive declaration issued by this board. There's an outline of the content of the draft EIS, and there are additional descriptions of the analyses to be prepared. So as I said, all of that is in the 16-page draft scope. Mr. Supervisor, I'll stop here and see if you'd like any further information about the project or if you'd like to go straight to the public comments. And while I'm saying that, I do see that Ralph is here, and I believe he would like to make a couple of remarks about Concern for Independent Living. And he may want me to share a screen as well, if I could be enabled to do that. I think he has some illustrations. And then we can go into any public comments, or if you have questions on the scope that we prepared.
You may share.
Thank you, Charles.
So
Ralph, can you start?
sharing? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. I'm sorry for the mishap with the computers. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, town board members, and Southampton community. My name is Ralph Fasano. I'm the Executive Director of Concern for Independent Living. Concern is a not-for-profit organization that was founded in 1972. We pride ourselves on developing housing that we also operate, and we look to enrich people's lives in the communities where we locate. In early 2018, we were asked to take a look at the property behind the church at the Southampton Gospel Church off of County Road 39. After meeting with the community, town officials, and representatives from the church, we worked out an option agreement and applied for very competitive 9% tax credits from New York State Homes and Community Renewal. We were awarded funding in May 2019, and I'd just like to say that only a handful of Long Island organizations have been able to access this funding and develop affordable housing here. Concern has a 100% success rate in using this funding on all of the projects that we have developed. Last week, we had a grand opening at Liberty Station, and which has 77 units with 30 of them prioritized for veterans. And we were the recipient of Long Island Business News Affordable Housing Property of the Year. This was modeled after our very successful Liberty Landing and Liberty Village, both properties which house veterans and won Vision Long Island Smart Growth Award. As with all of our projects, we're focused on state-of-the-art green features, including extensive solar power system, energy store appliances, low VOC materials, water conservation features, high efficiency heating and cooling, occupancy centers, and a very advanced STP. We believe the design here, and Chick, there's a couple of slides if you could just go through the other two. We believe that this design is really fitting with this community, and we want to thank planning for helping us along with this. We are very intent on working with the community to maximize the number of applications from people who live locally. This is a numbers thing. We have to have a lottery, and the more people that apply from the village, the more people from the village will live in this housing. And we've been successful with this in other areas. And I understand there's 1,600 people on waiting lists. I would encourage all 1,600 people to apply. And I think we can really get a high percentage of people, if not almost all the people from the community living here. We have opened ourselves to visitors at our existing program so people can get an idea about what we do. And I welcome people to call me with any questions or comments or suggestions, and just call to arrange a visit. Thank you.
So, Mr. Supervisor, that we do have a site plan that we can show. We have engineers from Nelson and Pope that prepared the site plan that can speak if requested. As we said, the purpose is really to hear from the public. And because the scope has been in circulation, I certainly don't want to read it. But if you have any other questions for us just on the project or the scope, we'd be happy to answer them. And otherwise, I think it would be great to hear from the public, and we'll assist with preparing the final scope.
Yeah, so the scope's been available online for people and in print form. So I know you don't want to read it, that would take a long time, but the areas, the sort of the general areas that are covered, do you want to hit on some of those? I know transportation, traffic is a big item, and groundwater and surface water are some of the issues that have to be covered.
Yes.
And compatibility with the community and other environmental concerns. Do you have that in front of you, Chick? Do you want to just do a brief overview of?
Sure. It's really outlined quite well in section 3 of the scope. There's impact on land, which is just basically the utilization of the property for the proposed use. Impact on surface water, which there's really no surface water near the property, but there is a proposed sewage treatment plant. So we would be looking for any nearby wetlands or surface water, none of which are really close to the site. So I think groundwater, the next one, is a primary one, and we'd be doing detailed nitrogen budgets, describing the sewage treatment plant and how that will operate. Impact on plants and animals, the property is wooded. We'll be preparing ecological inventories and assessing potential impacts. As you said, Mr. Supervisor, impact on transportation. We did outline many intersections that will be looked at as part of this study. There's a detailed methodology. We'll look at trip generation, existing volumes on the roads, preparing capacity analyses. And I know you directly, Mr. Supervisor, are very interested in the access. We have met with Suffolk County DPW. We're continuing to refine our plans for access to the property, and that will all be outlined in the draft environmental impact statement. We will be addressing impact on energy. And as Mr. Fasano said, these are very sustainably planned projects for the purpose of reduction of energy consumption. We'll be addressing impact of noise, odors, and light within the area, as well as consistency with community plans, consistency with community character. And that's all outlined on those pages in section 3 of the document.
All right. Thank you, Chick.
You're
All
welcome.
right. First to the board, any questions before we go to the public?
Yes, I have a question. You mentioned that you're at Liberty Landing, I believe it was called, you had 30 veterans in a 77 unit dwelling. What is your minimum amount of dwellings that have to be set aside for veterans?
Oh, so in this, it's 20 is the minimum with a preference for 30. So we'll probably get 30 here.
Okay, so this number that you have in your other project is actually higher than the number. Do you do outreach to veterans groups to try to get some of those?
We do. We work very closely with the Northport VA and other veteran groups, United Veterans, Beacon House, and we have a VASH contract with the federal government that provides housing for veterans, and we're pretty good at finding veterans who need housing where they find us and finding them the housing that they need.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, I have one. It says under transportation that a traffic impact study has been prepared. Is that a different study than the previous one that was included in the expanded environmental assessment form?
At this point, it's the same traffic study. If there are further comments, it will have to be amended, but it is a very detailed study that had been submitted originally with the expanded environmental assessment.
And that was a study that was done in March of 2020?
I can check the dates of the traffic counts, but it is, that was the date of the report, as I recall, yes.
Well, it says here, weekly turning movement counts were collected at the study intersections on March 12th and March 14th. That was in the middle of the pandemic, so I'm just wondering how accurate those counts are. I was doing deliveries during that time and there was nobody on the road. So I personally would like to see an updated traffic study. I just think that those, whatever you got for those numbers in March of 2020 at the height of a pandemic are not going to be very useful to me anyway.
Understood, and thank you for the comment.
Thank you.
All right, any other board members? Okay, so we're going to go to the public. Each speaker has 3 minutes to make their comments known. I see Michael Daly is already here. So I guess, is that the first speaker, Charles?
Yes, and then Henry Sinclair is next.
All right, so we'll start with Michael. You know the routine, Michael?
I do, and thank you. I'm here as a representative of East End YIMBY, and East End YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard. And East End YIMBY, our mission is to do the research, to identify solutions and educate local East End residents about the complex issues surrounding affordable community housing. We as community members must advocate for high quality, affordable dwellings for all people as a matter of conscience. Every township, every village, and every hamlet must do their part to provide affordable community housing for local residents. Despite the affordable housing myths, the truth is that providing adequate workforce, senior, veterans, and affordable rentals, as well as helping people to own their own home, helps create sustainable communities and protects our East End heritage as a culture and culture as a whole. And I just want to say that we understand that we're in a monumental crisis now that's only gotten worse with this pandemic around affordable housing and community housing. And when I went to the opening of Liberty Station a week and a half ago, I proudly represented Southampton. I was the only Southampton resident there. And I stood there and said, my God, would we not be so proud to have this community development in our community? I met staff, I met residents, and the people that were there for this grand opening were just elated. And I know that this is going to be something that's going to be appreciated and welcomed in our community as well. We know that there are people who are always going to come and be NIMBYs and fight against it because of the myths that they suffer from, the worries about school counts, the worries about taxes, the worries about, improper building, the worries about the environmental issues, the worries about traffic. They're the same things, and you're going to hear them all the time. But we at East End YIMBY now are growing. The number of people involved with our community is growing, and we want you to know that we recognize that you're all good people and that you have inherited a whole series of cultural problems, issues, challenges, and that you do want to do the right thing. And we're going to be here to support you in future meetings so that we'll give you some of the backing to do those right things. So it's unfortunate that this project is now going into its fourth year on the docket. Ralph Fasano and Concern Housing has completed 2 additional projects already that started after he put his proposal into Southampton Town. But he knew it. He knew it was going to be a heavy lift. There are other developers out there, and there are millions and millions of dollars available to do these type of community housing developments in the town of Southampton and the other 4 East End towns. But developers don't want to do it because they know it's such a challenge and such a heavy lift, and our communities have a bias against anything that is called affordable housing. We got to get over it. We got to put our big boy pants on and big girl pants on, and we've got to start making some as of right opportunities for community housing to be built in our community. And I want to assure you that we'll be here to support you as you do that. So thank you very much.
Nadia is next.
All right, Nadia.
You have to unmute.
Thank you, Michael. Nadia.
Okay, I'm muted. Hi, my name is Nadia Ernestes. I live in Sag Harbor, and I am very aware of the housing crisis. I'm a business owner, and it's very hard to get people to work, find people to work, because literally, I don't have to tell you how bad that is. I am here to ask the board respectfully to give the high priority to this environmental impact study. And if you could somehow, speed up the process and do it faster, because it's heartbreaking how long it takes. Because 30 veterans that could be living in somebody's basement right now, and they have to wait all this extra time because of bureaucracy, let's face it. So it's disheartening and it's disappointing, because this community is amazing and it's achieved so much. And so there is really no reason. But we had COVID and that slowed things down. So please, if you can give that a priority and at this point, make it faster, it'd be really awesome. We'd appreciate it because we really, really need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nadia.
Is that Brioni?
Bryony. I'm Bryony Frage.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I get it all the time. Good evening, everyone. I am a resident of Sag Harbor. I am a social worker in the community. I work at a local pediatric practice. My husband is a teacher at Pearson. And the value of running into your teacher in your own community, when we go to the grocery store and, hi, Mr. Frage, cannot be underestimated. We go to the carnival at Sag Harbor, we go to the Southampton, everybody knows Mr. Frage. And it makes me tear up because most of his colleagues don't have the good fortune that we have to live in our community and work in our community. And I implore this board to please expedite this environmental review, get this done. We are so fortunate to have Ralph Fasano and Concern ready and willing, and the funding and the grants they've received and the beautiful design. I mean, we're so lucky. And the more we kick this can down the road, the more people are suffering. So I just, please make this environmental review swift. They know all the answers. They've done all the work. Traffic is going to lessen because people are going to work in their community. You know, my local pediatric practice is at risk of closing because we can't hire front desk staff, because nobody who wants to work an entry-level job can afford to live here. We need those people to have housing and be able to work in our community. So, and that'll be less traffic on the road, if anything. So please don't let traffic be. They have a state-of-the-art sewage treatment plant. Go visit, go visit their other places. It's incredible, and we have to act, and we have to act fast. And I also argue that these roadblocks and the years that this has taken are a detriment to any future developer who would ever step foot in Southampton town to continue to address this crisis. And we need others to be coming in and doing this as well. And the long pace that we're taking is going to be a major deterrent. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anton?
Anton Borovino?
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Supervisor?
Yes, I can, Anton.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, Anton Borovina. I do represent some neighbors who are very much interested in with the project. My understanding is that the project is receiving grants, which would therefore mean that the applications for residents in the 60 units must be made available to all persons, regardless of status as residents. That would mean out-of-towners throughout Long Island and elsewhere. And I'm asking if the scoping for the draft environmental impact statement can therefore be extended to include, specifically with regard to consistency with community plans, how the demographics and community plans goals would be achieved, mindful of the foreseeable influx of out of town residents coming in who qualify for and are able to obtain the units. So that's the reason why I'm speaking. I would like to have that scoping resolution to be enlarged to include a consideration of the impacts associated with such increased density of use, particularly by non-town residents.
Okay, thank you, Anton.
Wait. You have to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on Leith McLaughlin's computer. My name is Frances Genovese. I thought this was a session to describe what we want to see reviewed in the final DEIS, and it seems to have gone off course. I would like to say, for just initially, that Michael Daly does not represent Southampton, nor does he represent me, and I take very great offense at his comments about morality and cultural myths and the rest. I think they have no place anywhere, let alone in a hearing on the environment. Now, I would like to read some comments because they have been circulated and they are agreed on by a great many people. You have this letter. It's come from the group for the South Fork. The first thing that is here is that the overall action has the potential to create substantial, large-scale negative environmental impacts. In reviewing the draft scope, we respectfully request that it include additional information in the area of alternatives, wastewater management, and analysis of the cumulative impacts of nearby projects, water resources, and the mitigation of clearing impacts on lot 2. We do not want a segmented review where you're proposing a subdivision with a commercial property that's almost equal to the size of this residential property. You're proposing a subdivision, which you want to see excluded from this particular part of the scoping session. We want it included because the secret requires that you look at cumulative effects. And in addition to that, we think that you have to give some recognition of the pool project you're also pushing, which is right next door, which also adds to the cumulative impacts of that. The subdivision and this change of zone must be looked at together. It's outrageous for you to think that you can look at them separately. We have here some specifics. We want to see them reduce the density. As for the traffic, I would like anyone there to tell me how this fits with every analysis, every empirical study of every empirical experience of the highway, how this fits with the traffic calming and the request not to put any more large buildings. That was done in a study that cost the taxpayer $250,000, said no more buildings on County Road 39. That was about 8 years ago. And still you persist in adding. So we want traffic up to the minute study. As Ms. Loftus said, the pandemic is not the time to look. Do we even need a traffic study? Just go stand out on the road. How about the accidents that have happened? Suffolk County now has the largest number of fatal accidents this year on the road. Okay, we have here also it is not of any value for us to look at Mr. Fasano's other projects. I'm sure they have merit and the people that he represents need housing. But we noticed that there was a significant change, that they dropped the word, independent living out of their title. They changed midway. They have changed the name of their project. Maybe the name, I had to change the name of their organization too, I don't know. But it was when we brought to your attention publicly that independent carries a whole series of consequences and definitions that have nothing to do with work or workforce or local housing. We included in this study, and included in the scoping session, we need to see the federal and state requirements for applications, not just the application, but the requirements, because we are extremely tired of being told it's workforce housing. In addition to which, this environmental studies, the scoping, has to include Diana Weir's files, which show many more applicants than the amount of veterans being discussed tonight. I think you'll find 2,000 more applicants already on record, all of them from out of the area. So I wish that finally we could stop. And also, I do not see the value of people who live in Sag Harbor coming here to endorse, not to add anything substantive to the scoping session, but coming here to endorse a project that has no bearing on them whatsoever. If they have general views or quasi-religious views like
30 seconds.
Yeah, fine. This letter will be on file along with the group for the East End's letter and other additional stuff. We can only assume that you'll read it. And I would like to take some part of that seconds to say this. I object, and not just me, to this Zoom format, which is impossible to deal with and egregious. And I would like somebody there, of all of you people, to tell me why, if nobody in town hall is wearing a mask, why you can't have in-person hearings in the large spaces that you maintain. No one in town hall is wearing a mask.
All right, thank you, Francis.
Austin Drill.
Let's see.
I'm sorry, Charles, who's the next?
Austin Drill.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for all you do. My name is Austin Drill. We, my wife, and 2 young boys are property owners in Southampton. We are proponents of affordable housing. I've seen firsthand the lack of available workforce that has stressed local businesses, and if available, they need to travel long distances, which add to the traffic congestion. We also feel it's imperative to have affordable housing for the pinnacle body of law enforcement, teachers, municipality workers, etc., that are obviously integral to our township. It is also important to us that we keep a diverse student body for the wonderful school district that we enjoy. Thank you very much for the time and allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you, Austin. Next, Charles.
Marion.
Myron, you mean?
Oh, Myron, sorry.
All right. Myron, you're still muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and town board members. I am very familiar with Mr. Fasano and the properties that he has developed. You may recall that I'm retired now from the New York State Housing Community Renewal, which is also known as Homes and Community Renewal, which provided the tax credit funding to permit this development to move forward. We at the town, and I live in North Sea, which is in the town of Southampton. And despite what Ms. Genovese has said, I, as a resident, have an interest in the affordable housing and workforce housing and community housing that this development will represent. I understand about the draft environmental impact statement and the scoping session, but one of the things that just came to my mind is when I looked at the development, I had the brochure for Southampton Point, which I'd say is probably maybe a half to 3/4 of a mile just west of this development. And it brought in 50 units of luxury condo apartments. This is 60 units of workforce or community housing. And going into town every day and visiting and going into stores, a little anecdote, I bank at Gold Coast, which is now Investors. And every time I go in there, I speak to the officer in charge and he says to me, Myron, do you know anybody who would want to work here? We can't get tellers. It's impossible. We had somebody from the North Fork and they gave up after 3 weeks of travel. So we need this type of housing to support the people who are going to be working in our community. I believe that according to Mr. Fasano, that his facility encourages the residents to work locally. And there are many jobs. If you know what's going on in town, you go into any of the restaurants, any of the stores, you see the signs, help wanted. They will hire anybody that is able to breathe and show up for work. It's the showing up for work that is the problem. And this development will certainly facilitate this. The only people I can think that might object to this development would be the people who are living in the back of the lot, who are squatters, who will be forced to leave that area because they will have to go somewhere else. There'll be a blight on somebody else. But right now, this facility is the best thing that could happen to the town residents in the town of Southampton. The number of people that will be coming in, I understand that they will have about 7 employees who will have staggered working hours. They will not be adding to the traffic. And also, as far as the issue of where the people will be coming from what I understand, Mr. Fasano had requested at the state that they allow him to use the 1,600 people's names who are on the waiting list for affordable housing that is being held by the department, the Southampton Town Housing and Community Development Department. And these
30
people,
seconds.
I also understand that 90% of these people are from this area or the adjacent zip code. So you're not going to have people from New Jersey, from Queens, from Westchester County coming here. And if we allow that list to be used and we advertise it, and it's advertised properly, everybody on that list who is interested will come from this area and be able to live and work in this area. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Myron. Charles?
That's it.
That's it. Is there anyone else listening who wants to be heard at this hearing who has not spoken yet? Who has not spoken yet? Please click the raise hand icon. All right, let me, let's go to, I guess, Town Attorney Jim Burke for a second in terms of procedurally. Some of these things have statutory requirements. I think with the Zoom meetings, it's probably wise to leave the record open.
Yes, Mr. Supervisor, and there's a time period, and Janice can also add, but there's a time period now between the draft and then the final scope that the town will prepare a final scope. But we have plenty of time for that. I believe it's 60 days from the time when the draft scope is circulated, so we have plenty of time to. And then, obviously at that point, somewhere down the road, the draft environmental impact statement will be prepared, taking into all the considerations. We'll have a hearing at that time on that, but that's a bit further down the road.
Where's the supervisor?
I don't know. We seem to have lost him.
Oops.
For some reason, he's good now.
There he goes.
All right, I got kicked out.
Yeah.
Not important though, that's okay.
I don't know what you missed, Mr. Supervisor.
No, I heard it. I heard it all.
You heard, okay, very good.
I heard it all, but I guess I disappeared from your view. And so when I started to talk, you guys couldn't hear anything. But that's okay. So procedurally, at some point the board has to adopt the final scope, correct?
That's correct. But you're right. And
We have to decide from tonight's public hearing and any additional written comments, what, if anything, we want to add to that scope, and then, because we're the lead agency on this.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then, so I think Janice, it makes sense to leave the record open for like 2 weeks for written.
I think that's a good idea. Leave the written record open. We'll take all these comments and letters and put it into a final draft scope for your review and adoption. If you leave it open for 2 weeks, we can have that to you in the second meeting in October.
Well, we don't have to hold a public hearing on that.
No, the resolution then at the second meeting in October would be to adopt that final scope.
Adopt the scope, and people, if they want to comment, they can comment in public portion. All right, at that meeting. All right, and do any of the folks working with Concern, any questions about tonight's hearing or the next steps here?
I have questions, Mr. Supervisor. Everything is following the proper seeker procedures. I don't know if anyone else on the team has anything to add, but I am happy to have heard the comments. I have notes. I can work with planning staff as needed. And we would like to see the final scope adopted sometime in October.
Okay, fair enough. Anything else from the board? All right.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify. So we're going to be adopting a final scoping based on these comments and whatever letters we got. And I don't think I've ever done a scoping in my 6 years, so that's why I'm asking. After that, then it goes back to Concern to do the DEIS.
Yes, and so so you'll adopt a final scope as the lead agency. The team on Concern side will give us a draft environmental impact statement. Then what we do is we look at the content of information in that DEIS, and then we compare it to the scope, and we say, is it adequate? Did they address all the issues in the draft scope? And then that becomes another resolution where it says it's adequate for public review, meaning they met all of the things that you wanted in the scope. That's what we look at next. And when they are adequate for public review, then we would simultaneously combine the secret process with the zone change process and do combined public hearings. So that's basically, how it works.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then to close the public hearing on the draft scope, but leave the written record open for 2 weeks from today for additional comment.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, it's unanimous. All right, thank you. So we'll allow folks a second to exit.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Right. I think, Sonny, you can go ahead and read the last public hearing notice while folks are exiting.
Public hearing number 6, to consider wastewater treatment projects proposed for 2021 Community Preservation Fund, 20% water quality improvement plan funding.
It's sort of a misnomer in the title because it's not just wastewater treatment projects. There just really should be water quality projects.
We actually grouped them all so that they fall under water treatment, tonight's hearing.
Oh, so these are all water treatment projects. I got it.
Or treatment projects.
Okay, then it's not mistitled. All right, so Janice, do you want to introduce this, or Lisa?
I'll introduce it. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, Lisa Combrink, CPF Program Manager. We're here tonight on the first of 2 public hearings on round 4 of our water quality improvement grants. As you know, the CPF law from the state law and also our local law allows 20% of our CPF revenues to be used for water quality improvement. And that includes our septic rebate program grants for special water quality improvement projects, such as we're considering this evening, and also the acquisition of properties for water quality purposes. Just to give you a brief background, we requested applications for grant funding in March of this year. We received all the responses, which were 18 proposals, in the middle of May of this year. Following the receipt of all the proposals, the Water Quality Advisory Committee, along with Jackie Fenlon and Emily F. Strachan from CPF, began the review of the various applications. And I would like to thank all of them for their very hard work and their diligence over the course of several meetings and an intensive review of all the applications. So the reason for the public hearing tonight is to consider the first grouping of the proposals. And just so you have a sort of the bigger picture in mind, the total proposed grant funding award for this year for CPF water quality projects is for approximately $4.5 million. So with that, I will turn the presentation over to Jackie Fenlon, and she will introduce the first application.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. We have 11 projects on for consideration tonight. This is the first grouping, and we tried to keep them as similar projects. So we are looking at more sewer projects as well as IA systems that are being considered tonight. The first project I do have is the Village of Southampton, although I did see in the chat that Christian is actually has time restraints tonight. So I don't know if you would take her out of order. She's number 11, which is the Concert House septic system, IA system, and she is present. If you'd be obliged to that.
Yeah, I'm amenable to that.
Nicole, are you?
So you want to start with number 12?
Yes, number 11. Yes.
Number 11, okay.
Correct. Nicole, can you hear us?
Sure, I'm here.
Okay, all right, great. I do have a little summary page that I can share, but if you want to start, I'm going to zoom to number 11 and then I can share that.
No problem. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, and to all of the town council members. I am restricted. I have a family obligation in Massapequa at 8:30. My brother and my mom are here in the driveway waiting for me, but I didn't want to miss it. And so thank you for taking it out of order. The Village of Southampton is submitting an application for 50% of the total cost for an alternative innovative nitrogen septic system. And that dollar amount is $39,250. This project, this IA system will be located on the Pyrus Concert Homestead site. As you know, this is a comprehensive historical cultural reconstruction project that is currently underway. And if you have any questions, Chick Voorhees is here. I don't know if he's promoted as a panelist. He can answer any environmental related questions, because the committee did ask some specific questions about nitrogen load and the benefits of the system, et cetera. Chick Voorhees is on hand for that. I'm the grant manager for this project, so I put the application together and all of the required exhibits. So we think it's an excellent project. We do believe that the benefits are extraordinary. And if you have any questions, I'm here for at least another 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have one question, but it may go to maybe Janice or I don't know, Lisa, if Lisa's recused on this, I'm not sure. Typically the CPF water quality money can't be used for additional growth, but typically to deal with existing, treatment, converting a system that isn't an IA to an IA. This would be, there's a new educational center that's being constructed here, and I imagine this is the IA system for that educational center. I just want to make sure that we're legally allowed to apply the money for this system in this instance. If somebody can answer that.
I don't know if Janice is going to speak, but I could take a crack at it, Mr. Supervisor. I do want the board to be aware that this property had a single-family residential dwelling on it, as well as a cottage. There was also a swimming pool and a shed and a garage. And parts of that were demolished several years ago. So based on the allowable flow for Suffolk County, we are not increasing the density. We are conforming with Article 6. And obviously this project facilitated the removal of a number of uses that really exceeded the density previously. So certainly your staff should advise you, but I just wanted to make that known to the board.
So there's
I was just saying, I was thinking the same thing. I thought maybe since there was an existing, had been an existing single family home on the property, that this might not be considering an increase in the density, but we can certainly look into that a little bit further. But I kind of agree with what Mr. Voorhees was saying there.
Okay, I just want to make sure if we're, I love the project and I want to support the project, but there are restrictions on CPF funds. I want to make sure that we're not violating those restrictions. Maybe John Bouvier may know, Councilman.
Yeah, don't forget that the overriding authority here is still the Suffolk County Health Department. So they have to adhere to those rules and regulations. And as far as I know, that this is totally acceptable under CPF rules.
Okay, thank you, John. All right, anybody else have questions about this proposal?
Mr. Supervisor, it's Chris Clapp here.
Hey, Chris.
How are you today? Just speaking on behalf of the committee, as the chairwoman was not able to attend, she asked me to attend in her stead to present the comments of the advisory committee.
Okay.
We are supportive of an IA system for the property, but also, we're concerned about the further development of the footprint of the property. And that was seen as growth inducement. And the couple of other issues that we were concerned with was that there was no consent from the property owner to the project yet. And that or as far as we were informed, we had asked and had not received that information. and that there are still pending reviews within the village, ZBA and ARB. So the project wasn't quite shovel ready yet. Should it become shovel ready, that at that time, it may be worthwhile reapplying to the fund.
All right, thank you, Chris. In terms of the owner of the property, I believe the owner is the town of Southampton.
Indeed it is.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So you're saying we haven't consented formally to the project?
We were not, we had asked for that information and we were not furnished that information.
Okay.
I can add that I personally appeared in front of the town board last June to present the project, and my recollection is there was unanimous support to proceed, and the town is a co-applicant to the village of Southampton, and indeed does own the property. So I think much of that has been covered. The village board of trustees in the village of Southampton did modify the local law last week to allow the village board to take up the special permit, which in the past was the subject of a zoning board of appeals application. And so that is proceeding. So I think a number of those questions have been answered, but at least from the applicant, if there's anything else we can provide, I'd be happy to.
All right, any other questions from the board? Okay, so now we're gonna go back to the beginning then, Jackie?
Thank you.
Yes, correct.
Thank
Thank
you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
So next would be the Village of Southampton Sewer District Map and Plan, which is affecting the Lake Agawam watershed. And the ask is 87,530. So if you could please let in, or if he's present, we have Paul Travis and Jennifer Mezziano representing this project.
That is in.
I see Paul, I see muted, but I see Paul, and then Jen also muted, but no visual.
No longer muted. Okay.
Hi.
All right. So thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to speak tonight. As I think you all know, the issue of wastewater treatment, particularly in the center of Southampton Village, has long been a concern of village administrations, starting about 10 years ago when we first started becoming aware of the extent to which wastewater in the village center, and particularly from the business district, but I would also point out also from the North Sea watershed that runs north-south throughout the town, was a major contributor to the problems that were occurring in Lake Agawam. In 2017, Chris Gobler did a study of Lake Agawam, which concluded that the 70% of the nitrogen loading in Lake Agawam was coming from wastewater from the village and the town, and that if we implemented a sewer district, it would divert over 10,000 pounds of nitrogen annually from the lake, creating a major improvement in water quality. The village has done a number of studies. I should mention I am chair of the Sewer Task Force and a former chair of the Planning Commission. I left the Planning Commission in part to work to make this finally happen. We have done a number of studies over the years, and now I think the village is prepared to move forward. So the request tonight is for a grant to fund a map and plan being prepared by D&B Engineering, with a goal that by the spring, we would have a map and plan to the trustees for them to consider and then move forward with the water treatment plan. Janice, I don't know if we can share screen to show the area that's being considered. Thank you. So this is the different colors are the area that we're looking at. The blue is the core, which is Main Street, Jobs Lane, and the area around on Hampton Road. And I should note that we're also looking at potentially including town hall and the elementary school. Then the rest of the business district, what we call the VB district and zoning, and then to the north, as I talked about before, the North Sea watershed going all the way to the village town line. So that's the area being analyzed. We think there's about 200,000 pounds of wastewater treatment flow from that area. So it's probably, I would guess, the single biggest wastewater flow in the town, and very much in need of being addressed. So thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Paul. Any questions for Mr. Travis? I don't have any questions on this. Do we want to hear from the committee, the recommendations?
The committee supports the formation of the Southampton Village Sewer District. We strongly encourage the village to include the elementary school and town hall due to the proximity in the phase 1 area. And that high strength flow of the school and the town hall would also help to offset some of the seasonal fluctuation in flows that would otherwise create something of an unbalanced system from summer use to year-round use. So to be much appreciated to include those areas. And we recommend the award of $87,530.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else on this?
Would this proposal include any kind of engineering plans for this coverage area?
Yes, it does include the initial engineering plan showing, where the sewer lines would be, and proposed locations for a potential water treatment plant and a pump location.
This is for the map and plan phase.
Correct.
So this would be your alternatives analysis, phase areas, your service area, your general service areas, but not to the phase of actually getting out and measuring outlets out of buildings and figuring out the actual engineering dimensions.
Yes, and I believe one of the alternatives was seeing if Southampton Hospital could accommodate this flow, or if there would
Yes.
be a new treatment center being built.
Correct. That's one of the things that
That's
the
one of the
engineers
options.
would analyze.
Yes.
This gets us to an engineering design report and to the point where we have the basis for enacting a sewer district. Plans and specs would come later.
Anyone else? All right, let's move on to the next project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next project is, there's actually 3 that are very similar, but it's nitrogen reducing biofilters, NRB systems, and there's 3 different churches. So I'm not sure if you'd like to take them together because they're being represented by Chris Gobler, so he can speak to the technology. But there is one being proposed for St. John's Episcopal Church, which is in Southampton. One also being considered for parsonage at Incarnation Lutheran Church in Bridgehampton, and then another one for the parsonage at Westhampton Presbyterian Church, and that is in Quiog.
So that's Agawam, Mecox, and Quantuck Bay contributing areas. So kind of hitting all the hit list of our impaired water bodies.
So, good evening, Mr. Supervisor and town board members. I'll just give a quick series of slides on what these proposals entail. As Chris just pointed out, these are the rectories of 3 different churches, as he mentioned, on 3 impaired water bodies, Mecox Bay, Lake Agawam, and Quantuck Bay, all that experience harmful algal blooms, as well as low oxygen conditions. You know what the current septic systems are doing to groundwater that is then discharging in the surface waters. So we're proposing to put on innovative alternative systems that have been developed at the New York State Center for Clean Water Technology called nitrogen removing biofilters, specifically our box system design, which is, I would say, our most advanced design, in that it uses a drain field to a sand layer that then has a physically separated tank of wood chips. And in this particular case, having that separation allows that tank to be accessed, wood chips to be removed as needed. We published on this just this year on this approach and the effectiveness of the approach here in Suffolk County. We've compared our systems to the others available in Suffolk County. They are amongst the best performing currently in Suffolk County, and of the 3 different types of NRBs that we have, this is really the best one. Beyond protecting groundwater with regards to nitrogen, it also removes organic contaminants, things like 1,4-dioxane, which is a probable carcinogen as defined by the EPA, and more than 24 other personal care products, drugs, pharmaceuticals, and the like, with removal efficiencies that actually are more efficient than sewage treatment plants. Again, these are the 3 systems, just to give you the details of each of them. Again, they're rectories, so it's not the church itself, but it's where the pastor of the church lives for each of the different churches. So you can see this one system, the one 59 Hayground Road is 5 bedrooms, and we're estimating a removal of an 83% reduction. I'll have the complete removal later. We've already had the system designed. The plans are under review by Suffolk County Department of Health Services. The next site that's on Quantuck Bay, again, has been in review. We're expecting them to be approved any moment by the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. And the final one is the one in Southampton, Rectory for St. John's Episcopal. And again, the plans, we've hired an engineer to design the system, and plans are under review at Suffolk County Department of Health Services. If you look at all the 3 projects together, we are estimating a removal of 282 pounds of nitrogen per year. We project our systems will last at least 30 years, meaning that over the life of these systems, they'll remove more than 8,500 pounds of nitrogen. We've invested a lot in these projects already. As you can see here, we've paid for site evaluations. We've paid for the inspection of the sites, and to have all the plans designed, which have then since, as I mentioned, are now under review. We'll be monitoring the performance of all of these systems as well. And actually what we've learned is that we're probably under requesting for these particular systems. We're finding out just recently that they're costing the estimates. We requested what is estimated for that an engineer estimated for the installations. But due to supply chain and actually worker shortages, these costs have gone up a bit. But we as a center do promise to cover any differences between our request and what the actual costs are. So that is what these projects entail.
All right, let's go to questions. Maybe I'll start. So I love the idea of these systems. They seem to be fairly simple and elegant in design, and certainly I hope that they would. They're certainly removing nitrogen as well as the Fuji system, and it seems to be one of the best systems. But I'm a little surprised at the cost, because I thought the cost would be a little bit more affordable in general. The parts are, things you can get locally, hardware store, lumberyard, and wood chips. And so Chris, can you just give me a sense of why these numbers are coming in, $30,000 to $50,000 a system?
Right now, it's all labor. Those are the costs. And we got the costs way down. And then this summer, I guess the people who install these are now flush with work. And so when we put out bids for these, we're finding that the bids they went from getting down to in the $25,000 range, which is same as any other system to being a little bit more, and particularly in the Hamptons. Just being honest, there are certain installers who they say, oh, we're going over the canal. Good. Well, that'll cost you. I hate to say, but it's just the fact of the matter. But I want to emphasize that these systems are currently in the piloting stage with Suffolk County. And so what that means is that within a year, they'll be available to be installed by anyone. And we're actually working with and speaking with installers to actually make this a business. Because recognize what's happening up until now, right? We're doing this one at a time. This is not anybody's job. They know we have the funds from the state. They know we're getting public funds. So we put these things out to bid, and they're really not, there's no incentive really for them to, and even speaking with them, they have plenty of work. So there's no incentive for them to make this a low cost bid. However, we believe that because of the simplicity of both the installation and the maintenance, I didn't emphasize, but these things run on a single dosing pump that you can get at Home Depot. That is the only moving part, which is very different than the other systems, meaning that the maintenance is incredibly simple. So we believe that these will be, once they are provisionally approved, these will be a very attractive business. And once it's someone's business, it's going to be in their obviously best interest to get these costs down as low as possible. And they'll be able to have the equipment to do it. They'll be able to purchase the parts that go with it in bulk. And so we think all of those things are going to drive these down to be within the range of every other system. And so we think it's we're pretty optimistic this will be a good business opportunity. We've been speaking with we've worked already with 3 different installers, and we're confident that one of them or somebody who works for them will move towards making this a business, which will, at which point it will be there, obviously, in their own best interest to make these installations as cheap as possible.
Are you licensing it, or is this non-proprietary?
It's non-proprietary. Right now, it's non-proprietary. But in the end, we're going to have to figure out exactly, it may well be someone just picks it up and it's their own business, or maybe, we'll work with them to help them develop their business, knowing that, that we have.
The reason why I asked is, maybe there could be multiple companies. If they have a little competition, the price may come down. If one person has the sort of the monopoly on this system, then you're going to see higher pricing. So,
yeah. And again, we've been working with there's 3 different installers that have installed several of these. And so, again, I think what we're hopeful what they're going to find is that, when they can be done for cheaper when it's their own pocket that's at hand, rather than them getting a handout from CPF or from the state or from some foundation, which is how we funded these to date.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Can I hear from the other Chris Clapp, what the recommendation was?
Okay, Gold. I'm sure we could get another Chris on here. Yes. So the recommendation from the committee is to fund all 3 of these projects. I think the town is getting much more than just a couple of installations out of these. You're helping to promote this technology from one phase of the county's program to another. The only thing that we ask to be included is that the monitoring reports be sent directly to the town, shared directly with the town, so that we don't have to go to the county to get the data. So when you have a report, send it out to the town. So that would be $50,000 for the NRB at the St. John's Episcopal Church in Southampton Village, and $34,850 for both the Lutheran Church and the Presbyterian Church, which is in West Hampton, right near that pony farm that was earlier discussed.
I have a question for Dr. Gobler, the other Chris. Dr. Gobler, we have 2 other systems, the NRB systems, one at West Hampton Beach High School, one at Meshashamua Park in Sag Harbor. Are there any other municipalities that are funding this system currently?
Yeah, we've gotten funding from East Hampton Town through their CPF to install a system there. And certainly, several of the other, we've gotten state has funded several installs. We've also gotten funding from different foundations, the Roush Foundation and the National Philanthropic Trust to install these as well. And I'll also say that there's been more than I think a dozen installed at the Shinnecock Nation. So we've already installed almost 30 of these, and so yeah.
Plenty of data for the health department. All right.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next.
Yeah, so the next one is number 5. It's Sag Harbor Sewer Shed K, which is the engineering and design for the existing sewer connection. This is one of the most, actually, I think it's the most important connection and area within the Sag Harbor sewer expansion plan. So they highlighted Sewer Shed K, and then also highlighted another sewer shed in Sag Harbor, which East Hampton was considering funding on. So for this one, we do have representatives of Aidan Cornish and John Parker, as well as Mark Wagner. So if you could let them in to the meeting.
Jackie, if you could on the rest, give us the recommendations up front from the Water Quality Board.
Sure, no problem.
Aidan Cornish, Mark Wagner, and who else?
Mark Wagner and, sorry.
John Parker.
John Parker.
John Parker. If we could let Jen Messiano in as well, she is our grant writer.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
She's there.
So good evening. I'm Mr. Supervisor, Town Council members. I'm Aidan Corish, Sag Harbor Village Trustee. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present this project. In addition, I'd like to express our gratitude to Lisa Combrink and the CPF Water Quality Committee for recommending the project, Sag Harbor Village Sewer Shed K Engineering Design. So water quality challenges in the village. Wastewater from our on-site septic system is the primary source of nitrogen in Sag Harbor and Sag Harbor Cove. Less than 10% of the parcels within the village are connected to sewage treatment plant. Most homes in the village are not connected, which in general, the plant which serves only the village commercial district clustered around Main Street. And there's a significant number of homes that cannot utilize IA systems due to shallow groundwater conditions, and including many homes or all the homes in Sewer Shed K. The village, as you probably know, is bounded on 3 sides by water, and almost all the homes in the village use older septic systems, many consisting only of cesspools in areas of high groundwater, high density, and they're located close to water bodies where the nitrogen travel time to surface water is less than 2 years. Our sewer master plan findings and recommendations. The village's wastewater treatment facility is operating with an excess capacity of approximately 92,500 gallons a day. The main goal of the sewer master plan, which is now about 80% complete, is to identify the best and most efficient use of the excess plant capacity to remove parcels from the on-site systems in order to maximize nitrogen removal. This plan has identified a total of 16 potential new sewer sheds, and they were identified based on physical boundaries, groundwater travel time, receiving water bodies topography, soil characteristics, and other considerations. These were then scored based on a weighted system to identify their impact on village groundwater. Based on the estimated water quality benefits, 2 sewer sheds have emerged as clear priorities for sewering. These are designated as sewer sheds K, located in Southampton town, and L, located almost entirely in East Hampton town. Factors considered in the scoring process were groundwater flows to receiving water bodies, estimated amount of nitrogen and wastewater, density of nitrogen and wastewater per acre, depth to groundwater, percent of non-vacant parcels in the 0 to 2 year groundwater contributing area, and the number of buildings within or near very poorly drained soils. It's worth noting that East Hampton town has committed the funds for the engineering for sewer shed L, and the village has entered a contract with the town of East Hampton for that. Sewer shed K, which we are talking about tonight, generates effluent at a rate of approximately 12,346 gallons a day, and is the highest priority sewer shed of all the 16 sewer sheds identified in the village. For those of you familiar with Sag Harbor, we're talking about the area behind, to the west of Main Street, behind Scavoni's supermarket. We're talking Meadow Street, Bridge Street, Rose Street, Spring Street, portions of Garden Street and Howard Street. A map and plan for sewer shed K will be completed as part of the sewer master plan. We've hired a qualified consultant who has provided technical support for the proposed scope of work, timeline, and budget. The village is in a position to begin this project in a timely manner. And the goal of this project is to improve water quality and not to promote or facilitate growth. The village as a whole is considered to be built out, and the business district is already served by the wastewater treatment facility. Village law requires new construction and substantial reconstruction projects to use the new IA low nitrogen systems. Thus, any areas of the village where there would be new construction would be considered low priority areas for sewering. So I hope that gives you an overview of Area K and the necessity that we see to connect to the sewage treatment plant, and why the next step in this project would be the engineering work, the engineering design work required to achieve that. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And also Mark Wagner will be able to answer any technical issues that come up. And now we see on the screen is the area we're talking about. It's 44 homes to the west of Main Street.
And they would be connected to the sewage treatment facility?
That is correct. They would be connected to the sewage treatment facility.
All right, so there'd be water mains and connecting lines and.
That is correct. We're looking at, obviously, the engineering project will be able to develop exactly what these connections are looking like. We have been discussing a low pressure system for this side of the town or the village. Whereas on the East Hampton side, we feel that a more traditional gravity fed system would be used over there.
So the money that you're looking for, the 477,000, is it just to engineer and design it, or is it also some of the infrastructure involved?
This is purely design and engineering, and will include a lot of testing as to where the groundwater exists. We think the groundwater in this area is very, I mean, if you're familiar with it, I think the groundwater is barely below the surface of the streets. I don't know if Mark Wagner is on, who is our consultant engineer, and he would be better equipped to answer technical questions.
Sure. So in terms of the funding of the sewage treatment facility there, so all the residents of the village already pay?
No, the sewage treatment facility is paid for by those people who are connected to the facility.
All right, so then these 44 homes ultimately would be paying in as well.
That is correct.
And do they have to vote in any way to join, or is it automatic?
Village code now requires that if you have a sewer pipe passing in front of your property, you have 5 years to connect.
Okay.
And we also are making allowances for people who have recently installed IA systems, that if they keep them fully serviced and functioning, that they would, I think, will be grandfathered for 10 years. But most of these areas in Area K, I don't believe there are any IA systems in there, because the distance to groundwater is so shallow that they're not suitable. In some areas where people have looked at installing them, they may have had to raise the grade by 3 to 4 feet to be able to get the clearance to groundwater required.
Okay, and so then after this engineering is complete, you could then move forward with the infrastructure.
That is correct. Once we have this engineering done, we'll be in a position to go to bid, to be able to get some idea of the cost of installing this infrastructure. And then we'll be working on more grants for that, which I'm sure will have to be multi-source grants, because the cost is going to be, it's going to be quite high. These are expensive projects.
Mm-hmm. All right, and you had said the Water Quality Committee supported it earlier in your presentation?
That is correct.
Okay. Jackie, is that your understanding as well?
I'm sorry, I just missed the question.
The Water Quality Committee is behind, supporting this.
Yes, they are fully supporting funding of the full 477,000. Correct. And they're noting that, you know, the impaired water bodies surrounding Sag Harbor Village, and that this will decrease approximately 1,500 pounds annually for this area.
Okay. Board, any questions about this?
I don't know. Well, I have one question and a couple of comments. First of all, I'd like to welcome Trustee Corish. Hello, Aidan, and John Parker from the Harbor Committee. Welcome. And I'm glad that you all are doing this important work in Sag Harbor. Some of the areas that Aidan was talking about in Sag Harbor actually seep water up out of the ground. And a lot of that does come from rain, but some of us suspect that that is coming from some of the homes as well. And I can also say that in this area that the septic systems are pre-existing non-conforming, and that many may not even have septic tanks on them. So my question, Aidan, is this going to require, is this engineering going to connect to the sewage treatment plant as well?
Mark, do you want to jump in there?
Sure. Good evening, everybody, supervisor, trustees. I do have to give you kudos for hanging in there. It's 8:30 at night. We're talking not only sewage, we're talking religion. That last project was first time I heard about holy sewage. But with that, it's a very exciting project. K came out the highest of the 16 sewer sheds. And speaking with the locals up there, D. Yardley is one of the local historians, as well as the Department of Public Works. That was formerly 100 years ago. That was the meadow. That was where sheep and cattle were grazed in the late 1800s. So the groundwater in some cases is only a foot or two below. Aidan can tell you of some of the homes that they can only flush their toilets or do their
They're doing laundry on
wash
the low tide.
on the outgoing tide. So there's a direct connection from these cesspools. There is no separation of the groundwater that these the effluent is feeding right into the harbor. The meadow has drainage pumps that run 24/7. So mixed in with that water that's being discharged out of that meadow to keep if that pump fails, there's water first floor of these. So the idea is to come in with low pressure systems. The groundwater is too high to use conventional dug and sheeted and shored gravity pipes. There'll be a low pressure system on every parcel, small diameter force mains. It will connect to the existing wastewater treatment plant that, as Aidan said, has 90,000 gallons plus. We think it's a great project, and it will show immediate benefits to the water quality in the harbor. No question about it. While the nitrogen is the focus of most facilities in Suffolk County, there's no doubt that the coliforms, which can only be removed by separation from the effluent through soil, that separation does not exist, and therefore there's coliforms entering the marine waters around the village.
Thank you, Mark. I'd like to remind the town board that we are in our fourth year of a public-private partnership with several municipalities participating in ongoing testing of the harbor in Sag Harbor. And I want to thank John and Aidan for staying on this, because in the village of Sag Harbor, it's split between two different towns, and they probably had this whole presentation a couple of months ago in East Hampton, and they got the money there too. So with that, I'll pass it back to you all.
All right, any other questions about this project? No one else?
I just want to remind the board that you also have the quick proposal summary sheets as part of this that you should be looking through as well.
Yes, and I have those available to share. So if there's not a presentation available, I have those to share with the board if needed.
Okay, thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
Okay, Jackie, you want to take us to the next one?
Sure. The next one is West Hampton Landings condominium. So this would be represented by Jen Mezziano again, as well as Tony Russo and Mr. Antonio Martins and James Verling. Sorry if I butcher that. So this is within the wastewater treatment as well. This is an important timing. So this is in West Hampton Village, just on the west side of the canal. So these are 50 units that are looking to update their infrastructure and tap into the sewer main infrastructure that was just done in West Hampton Village. So on this one, they're requesting funding of $673,000, and the committee is fully supporting the request for the full amount of $673,000. And Charles, are you seeing Mr. Russo, Martins, and Verling?
I believe Dr. Russo will be speaking. I see him in the attendees list.
Antonio,
Yes, Antonio.
okay, they're coming in.
Thank you.
This is not going to lead to any increase in density there, right? It's just a current load will be converted from traditional to IA?
Correct. It's 50 units, and those 50 units are to remain. No increases proposed.
And it's actually not IA, it's a
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sewer.
sewage treatment plant.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke.
It's going to the Gretzky?
Correct.
Yes, the village is currently constructing their sewers now. My name is James Reeling. I'm the engineer on board with H2M. The village is currently constructing their sewers now with the projection to be done in November of 2022. And their plan is, the landings is looking to be ready to connect as soon as the village and Suffolk County DPW can give them the green light. So there is no increase in density. They're not looking to expand. This is just connecting abandoning their existing systems and connecting them to the sewer system once it's ready.
So this is not engineering, this is actual infrastructure.
Yes, this is for the construction of the on-site collection system, low pressure sewer pumps that Mark Wagner was talking about previously. The same system on a smaller scale to be able to pump that water out into the road, into the village collection system.
The supervisor, as you are aware, and the board is, we approved the partial funding of the West Hampton Beach sewer system to connect to Gabreski.
Yes.
And it's based on the flow rates that are allowable coming out of Gabreski, not to increase density. And there is a limited flow rate. It's tailored towards what is already there to be served.
Yeah, and a key point, I don't know if it doesn't seem like Tony and Antonio were able to get on and speak. Oh, you're here.
Sorry, I am here. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear that Tony Russo, Dr. Russo, is able to log in, although I know he's somewhere in the ether. If I may, I'm going to just say a few words on behalf of the board at the West Hampton Landings. I am Dr. Russo is the president of the board, and I have the pleasure and the privilege of being vice president for the board at the West Hampton Landings condominium. The condominium consists of 50 unit townhouses. It's a complex on just over 4 acres in West Hampton Beach. All of the units are owner occupied. And I think that's important. We have 50 individual homeowners that live in the village of West Hampton Beach. We are situated directly adjacent to Moneybog Canal, which was added to the New York City Department of Environmental Correction a list of impaired waters in 2010. I first want to thank you for considering our application for the water quality improvement funding. We are, as a community, excited to be one of, if not the first, community to connect to the West Hampton Beach sanitary sewer system. Recently, studies indicate that our complex of 50 townhouses are responsible for about 15,000 gallons per day of waste water, representing roughly 25% of the total daily flow. By connecting to the system, the landings will be removing 2,968 pounds of nitrogen per year from the site that would otherwise find its way into the neighboring waterways. Becoming part of the West Hampton Beach Phase 1 sewer service system will effectively reduce the money bog pollutant contribution to near zero. The fact that we are high density residential grouping, the benefit is roughly equivalent to the connection of 50 single family homes, providing a major cost per gallon benefit for the connection. The equivalent cost for 50 eligible single family homes to install approved IA systems through the town rebate program is $20,000 per home, for a total of about $1 million. The estimated construction cost of $13,460 per unit represents savings of almost 33% versus the IA installations. In addition, we plan on repurposing our existing cesspools as roof recharge and retention systems. So all of our hardscapes, we're going to repurpose the cesspools and the leaching pools to be able to collect that water, further benefiting the water quality of the canal. Our goal is to be shovel ready for the connection to the West Hampton Beach Phase 1 sewer service system by the time it's operational in the fourth quarter of 2022. In order to properly proceed, West Hampton Landings retained the services of H2M architects and engineers to prepare the engineering design plans for this project. Mr. Vierling is on with us to actually answer any specific questions with regard to it, but we were very proactive with regard to moving forward, understanding what the costs for this project are. They are optimally suited for the design, since this H2M is also the consulting firm for the Village of West Hampton Beach on their project. The cost estimate provided with this proposal is based on the detailed engineering investigation and reflects current knowledge of market costs. In order to avoid cost overruns and ballooning of expenses, it is of utmost importance that we begin immediately in order to be, excuse me, shovel ready for the connection. Replacement of the present Orangeburg waste line in all of the buildings will be necessary. This work is scheduled to be completed by the spring of 2022. Okay. This sewer project will leverage investments in the Landings capital improvement project, which is planned to start forthwith. After 50 years, without any major upgrading, the community has just completed an assessment to begin these projects. We did an assessment for almost a year in order to generate the funds necessary to actually start a capital improvement project, including lighting, walkways, parking lots, landscape. We hired a landscape architect specifically for that project, and then hired H2M to help to dovetail those projects together in order to do this as cost effectively as possible. If we were to wait until the actual capital improvement project was complete before starting the actual sewer installation, at least on our site, there's going to be additional costs for actually removing and replacing a lot of the work that was already done in order to facilitate the installation of the low pressure system, to include the installation of the grinder pumps and make this work. Our intent is to do this sooner as part of the overall capital improvement. And with your help, I'm sure we can. The issue right now for most of the people at the landings is that our current septic system functions. It's a working system. It's a costly, it would be incredibly costly for us to change to the new low pressure system without the help of Southampton and the village to afford us that opportunity. I'm available to answer any questions. I'm intimately familiar with both the capital improvement project and the sewer project. We have with us H2M and Jen Messiano Higgum, who also helped in preparing the documents that we presented. And I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions regarding this?
Yeah, I have two questions, Antonio. You had mentioned the cost efficiency, that we give a rebate of $20,000 to each system.
Yes,
by your calculation, is 50 units times the 20. Did you at all avail yourselves of the additional monies that are available from the county? To that, there's just one thing to factor in, because there's, you have an additional source of funding from that as well. It still works out more efficient this way, even with those monies. But I was just curious if you had, considered that in your calculations. And the other is, it's a sewage district, and I'm still not sure what West Hampton Beach is going to do relative to a sewage charge to residents that hook up to the system. And has there been any discussion about that within West Hampton Beach government?
I've seen documents that were presented through the studies that were prepared prior to the start of the construction that had a specific tax structure associated with it. And offhand, I don't have that information, but maybe one of Jen or James, do you have any information that you can add with regard to the tax structure for the new sewer system?
I don't have the specific tax rate that's going to be levied, but it is it's going to be turned over. The village of West Hampton Beach is constructing the project, and then it's going to be turned over to Suffolk County as a Suffolk County sewer district. So the tax structure is going to actually go to Suffolk County Sewer District to help pay for the treatment at the Gabreski STP, which is an existing Suffolk County sewage treatment plant at the Gabreski Airport site.
Yeah, well, as you said before, Moneybog is one of the most impaired water bodies we have. So I support this strongly. I think this is exactly what the intent of our initiative to start to work on the nitrogen contribution and other contaminant contributions to both the canal and all, and ultimately into Moneybog Bay. So it's efficient cost-wise. It's efficient in its operation. So I thank you actually for doing this, and I support it.
Thank you. If I may, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but Dr. Russo's actually, I see him online, and I wasn't sure if I should. If I missed anything, Tony, I please chime in and backstop my presentation.
I think that you've hit all of the high points. Originally, the complex used to have 2 to 3 year-round residents. Now we have in excess of 20. So I think that as more people retire, they'll use this as their primary residence. So I think it's imperative that we do connect at the earliest opportunity to offset the damage that's being done to Moneybag Canal.
Thank you. And Jackie, I guess the supervisor will ask you what the recommendation was from the Water Quality Board when all the questions are asked.
Well, if there are any more questions.
You can go, Jackie. You can tell. I mean, I read the recommendation, so.
Yeah, so we are recommending fully funding this, and we did understand that that time is of the essence on this to connect with the West Hampton sewer plan at Gabreski Airport. So we did recommend fully funding the project, and it's 50 units right along the canal impacting Monningbog Bay. So this is just what the committee wants to see, a very large impact for a project very close to the water.
Great. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
And I just have one quick comment. All the projects we've heard tonight are really important, as is yours, but I thought that it's really interesting that you're thinking out of the box, using that old infrastructure to do more good things. And I kudos to that. That was cool.
Thank
Thanks very
you.
much.
And to the question that came up earlier on the county septic funding, I do not believe that funding source is available for sewer hookups. It's just for IA systems.
Okay, thank you. I was actually interested in the tax structure with whether it was a Suffolk County sewer district or whether it was West Hampton Beach creating its own district. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a requirement, like we heard in Sag Harbor Village, that once the sewers are in place, the sewer mains, that you have to hook up?
Yeah, so there's actually there's a Suffolk County code that requires anyone within a Suffolk County sewer district with a stub to connect within a year. And then the village of West Hampton Beach, I'm also aware, is working on a village code as well to add similar requirements. I'm not sure the exact time frame yet. I don't think it's been finalized, but the village is also working on passing a resolution to that.
So it was sort of suggested before that the condominium complex could keep its own, conventional system, but was doing the right thing to connect to, the Gabreski system to improve Moneybog Pond over there. But if we didn't provide this grant, they would have to anyway. Is that the case?
I honestly don't, I haven't seen anything that actually speaks to that, Mr. Supervisor. I do know that the system as it exists right now is functional, code compliant, and works. And I don't know that I know that I haven't seen anything that would require us to connect with the new municipal system. We are excited to do so. We think that it's going to be a positive change for the community and for us moving.
The follow-up question to this is, are there a lot more of these types of complexes similarly located that are all going to want to come in and have the entire infrastructure funded through a town grant? And if we don't provide it, they're going to have to pay for it in full. And should we be being more judicious here in our approach? And they're certainly first to, the table, I guess, if that's the right expression. They're first in line. But I'm not that familiar with this area. Is this a relatively unique complex, or are there a lot of other similar types of facilities like this?
We are by far the largest. There's two other smaller communities, maybe 7 or 8 units each. So we represent the largest. We probably represent more than the other condominiums combined.
Okay.
I think the key point that they made earlier as well is this is 50 units and it's approximately 15,000 gallons a day. The sewer district was capped, at the flow use of 60,000 gallons a day to the Gabreski for the village's contribution. So we're looking at 25% of the total flow is coming. Approximately 25% is coming from this property. So it's a significant contributor to this village connection.
Yeah, and to that point, it's also a significant consumer of the flow rate, and it's the biggest bang for the buck in the area. To me, it makes a lot of sense. But the downside, as I think the supervisor is saying, and it's certainly something worth looking at, is that there is a limit to the flow rate that's going to be available to this district. And it may come to a point where the demand exceeds the flow. But I think it's the way it was structured originally, that was already calculated and that's what actually set the negotiated flow rate out of Gabreski, what was available. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe that's the case.
No, this property was always in that plan, 60,000 gallons a day. So this 15,000 gallons flow was always accounted for in that total district. It's only the parcels outside of the sewer district for the map and plan were not included.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Which is it now? Is it the curved buildings, or is it the other one, the other side of the Moneybog Canal?
It's the
It's the
8
west
buildings to the left of the canal.
Okay.
Jay, can you see the cursor?
Yep, I can see it. What's that other large building?
They're also within the district.
These ones?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they don't have a proposal to get their infrastructure.
As you noted, not yet.
Right.
Jay, I did, if I may add, I did speak with Mayor Moore, and she did say that she wasn't aware of the funding, but we had questions regarding the infrastructure and the timing, so I had reached out to her. But she did say that there are other condo complexes that would, most likely, need help with funding. So I just wanted to let you know, and with the aerial that we have up, you can see that there are some on the east side, and then I believe there's one here. I don't have an exact number, but I could reach out to the mayor because she was familiar with some other condos in the area that may be able to tap in.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to be fair. If we're going to give full funding to one and no funding to the next one, it might not seem very fair.
Well, to that point, the calculations for the available flow rate considered all of those, if I understood that correctly. So that should not actually end up being an issue because they were already calculated in. They just haven't applied at this point.
If I may add, and I noticed I hadn't mentioned, our community actually has vested monies and time for the project as well. We're not asking you to foot everything. There are costs associated with actually going to H2M and having H2M prepare the drawings and the inherent additional costs for maintenance moving forward with the system as we're installing it. We mentioned that we're going to repurpose our current septic systems in order to accommodate all of the hardscape water runoff in order to limit the nitrogen runoff on the surface. It's spelled out pretty clearly on the application, but the community has vested close to $320,000 in proposed costs and actual costs for the project. So we're doing our best to partner and not asking for the town to foot the whole bill, but a good portion of it in order to allow us to move forward. And we're happy to be the first ones in the gate because we are, as we mentioned earlier, shovel ready. We're getting ready to start our portion of the project as it relates to the work directly in front of the homes by spring of 2022.
And we do appreciate that, really. This is exactly what this fund is designed to do.
Mr. Martins, you said 320,000 has already been? Because we
No.
did not have that figure, but we did note that you had, utilized and provided all of the permit approval and engineering and fees.
So what we included, if I may, is the costs for the 8 items that are listed on pages 7 and 8 for the application, as well as $250,000 in estimated costs for the removals and replacement of the grounds adjacent to and around the areas where we're going to be installing the grinder pumps and the low pressure lines, as well as the improvements for the electrical panels and electrical systems and generators that are going to be necessary in order to maintain the system.
And so none of the 673,000 is to reimburse any of that. That's all additional money.
Correct.
Okay.
If you could provide us with a breakdown of that, that would be nice. And then I could forward that to town board.
And it does seem a little bit better if I know that you guys have some skin in the game, that you've, have invested as well into this. There's a sort of a cost share.
We understand that, and that was the underlying reason for me mentioning it. I failed to mention it earlier, Mr. Supervisor. I think it's important that the members and you hear that.
Yeah, and that's fully expected by this program. And so I applaud you for doing that and setting an example. And there are certainly additional expenses, and that CPF can't and won't pay for. So you've done the right thing, and I appreciate very much your leadership on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anyone else? All right, let's move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the next one is North Sea Farms, which is number 7. This is for 2 Fuji Clean Sen 7 systems. This is in the Woolly Pond and North Sea Harbor watershed. And the representative should be Sean O'Neill. If he's
in.
I see him. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Sean.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Sean.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting us present here tonight on the one of 2 projects that I'll be presenting tonight. This one's a North Sea Farms, Richie King's Fresh Egg Farm Stand in North Sea. It's a basically 4-acre agricultural facility and farm stand, associated employee housing, located in the Southampton Aquifer Protection Overlay District. It is located in the high priority area as defined in the Water Quality Improvement Project Plan, within the 0 to 2 year groundwater travel time to surface water bodies. There's 2 surface water bodies in question here that we believe this project will make a positive impact on, Woolly Pond and North Sea Harbor. They're both listed in the New York State Critical Environmental Areas for Protection of Public Health, Water, Vegetation, and Scenic Beauty. They're both listed as impaired water bodies, category 4A on New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. One of the more disturbing aspects of the groundwater in this area is a review of the Suffolk County Water Authority's Distribution Area 13 has shown elevated level of nitrates in test wells in the area, some of which get as high as 9.92 milligrams per liter. That's approaching maximum contaminant load of 10 milligrams per liter in the area. And Suffolk County Water Authority points to the likely source of these elevated nitrogen levels as septic systems. So what we're proposing, it's pretty straightforward. The farm there is replacing an existing building and structure with a kitchen facility, not as a restaurant, but as on-site prepared foods, as consistent with its agricultural use. So we're proposing two Fuji Clean systems, one to treat the proposed kitchen and replacement of all the antiquated, failing 1950s and 1960s cesspools that exist on the property, and also a treatment system for the employee housing area. This is a voluntary upgrade for the employee housing area, which would not be required under the current plan for the kitchen. So what we've done to date is we have retained PW Grosser to help us design the sanitary system. We come up with a preliminary design. What's happened since, which should all be part of our application here, what's happened since our application is we've actually made a formal proposal to Suffolk County Department of Health Services, received comments, and are structuring kind of a second round of review with Suffolk County Department of Health Services. So this project is very close to being ready to go. the engineering is for the most part complete at this point. Once we get approval, to go forward with, from Suffolk County Department of Health Services, we're ready to install these systems. This meets the definition of shovel ready. Just for an idea, we expect an 81% reduction in nitrogen pollution from the project once we install the FujiClean systems. This is based upon the current daily flow load and the proposed use flow, and reduction from the 65 milligrams per liter of nitrogen for conventional systems as calculated by Suffolk County Department of Health Services, to the current data on the FujiClean system, which reduces to 11.4 milligrams per liter. It is the best performing system in Suffolk County at the moment. It's the most widely used system. And one of the reasons we picked this system for these projects is, with over 2 million of these systems in the ground worldwide, this is not a new technology. This is not an experiment. This is proven technology that works and improves water quality. So at this point, if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
All right, let's go to questions. First, what was the recommendation, Jackie, on this?
The Water Quality Board, they did recommend fully funding this. So this would be 2 systems. One would be for a cooking operation, which is already on site. I believe they cook like local pies. And so we are recommending fully funding this for $64,000 for the 2 sanitary systems, which will replace the existing current systems, which I believe are existing cesspools.
Are these systems designed for commercial kitchen type of use? Don't we have to deal with like grease traps and things like that?
Yeah, I believe there's one system that's proposed with the grease trap, and then I believe the other one is without. Is that correct, Sean?
Correct. So basically the system that's hooked up to the kitchen, we have what's called a trash tank, a septic tank, and grease trap in front of the system. It's a use that's been approved by FujiClean USA for these particular situations, and it's in. We have this particular setup in several commercial projects throughout Suffolk County, and also specifically East Hampton CPF funded projects. At the Surf Lodge comes to mind as one. Yes, this is kind of the accepted thing. It's adding exactly what you said. A grease trap and basically the trash tank in front of the system for kitchen uses.
Are you asking us to pay for the cost of the grease trap, or no, just the nitrogen removal?
It is part of the whole system cost. Yeah, we have it included.
Do you have a breakdown? Like because we really should be paying to remove nitrogen, not paying to remove grease.
Sure, we could definitely give you a breakdown that includes the cost of the trash tank in front of the system to subtract out, if that's amenable.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that personally.
Make a note of that.
Yeah, I agree with that, Supervisor, and because I'm actually not sure that that's covered under CPF. So Jackie, if you can get us that breakdown when you get it, so we can look at that, and then take a look also at the ancillary, the addition to the one system for trapping grease, if that's even covered under CPF, under our IA system cost reimbursements.
Yeah, so we did reach out to the applicant to make sure it was an existing function, but I can definitely get you the breakdown of that. Sean, if you can provide that to us, that would be great. And then I can forward that to the town board.
There's already a grease trap at this property?
There is, but it would not be a functioning, nothing there is code compliant. It's grandfathered, from 30, 40 years ago. So nothing there would be, if we were upgrading the system, we would have to upgrade to code compliant grease traps, septic tanks, all that. So it exists, but it's not usable.
Is there a specialized type of grease trap that you have to put in for the Fuji system?
No.
It's the same grease trap that you'd have to put in for a conventional system.
Correct, but it would have to be code compliant to now, which nothing there is.
Okay, got it. All right, other Other questions, comments?
Just relative to the grease trap, I think also the Department of Health has some regulations on that that maybe you should look into, Jackie.
Yes, I can speak with them.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, and nothing else on this one? All right, let's keep moving. Actually, there was two that Sean had. What's the other one, Sean, that you have?
It is the Hampton Arms Co-op Community, Hampton Base.
It just so happens to be next on the agenda, number 8.
All right, perfect. All right, go ahead.
All right, so this project, Hampton Arms, is a 28-unit waterfront motel in Hampton Bays with a proprietary cooperative lease between residents and the parent company there. It has a completely antiquated sanitary system consisting of cesspools located in the parking lot, which frequently floods and is a major contributor to nitrogen pollution. It exists wholly within the high priority area. It's waterfront, on the water there, and so once again the plan here is basically the same thing as before, where we are just proposing replacement of the current sanitary system with a FujiClean innovative alternative cluster system. We have I don't think that's the proper sheet there for the project. That's
Oh, sorry.
That's the next one.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I saw Hampton. I apologize.
No problem. So it's a replacement. There's two proposals. Once again, we worked with PW Grosser Consulting to come up with the project plan here. We came up with two alternatives in the planning phase here. The preferred alternative is the least expensive one, which is a cluster of 4 FujiClean CEN 21 units into a large amount of 2-foot leaching galleys. The area here, very high groundwater. We need to use upwards, I believe it's 80 leaching galleys, for this project. In terms of the water quality in the area, the motel sits on Tiana Bay. It's within the Shinnecock Bay and Greater South Shore Estuary Preserve, which is a New York State designated critical environmental area. Test wells in the area show high levels up to 7.4 milligrams per liter of nitrogen, which once again approaches the maximum contaminant load of 10 milligrams per liter. Once again, for this project, Suffolk County Water Authority lists the likely source of these nitrogen levels as sanitary systems. So it would be the replacement of those sanitary systems for the whole complex. In terms of nitrogen reduction, the current allowed sanitary flow there of 6,300 gallons per day and treated at 65 milligrams per liter. We're basically reducing the daily load of 1,549,957 milligrams of nitrogen by 82%, based upon the same sanitary flow of 6,300 gallons per day. So in short, replacement waterfront motel, replacement of their current sanitary system with innovative alternative system, FujiClean CEN 21 in a cluster of 4 systems. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
The scale of the system is to the current density of the motel property, right? They're not looking to expand any uses. They're probably already maxed out from a zoning perspective, I imagine. So there's no growth inducing. This is not going to enable additional growth there, right?
Yes, Supervisor. This is existing conditions only. There is no increase allowed in growth in this area. It's a grandfathered flow of 6,300 gallons per day. They can't go over that flow, and the 28 units are the maximum amount of units allowed. Once again, grandfathered into the property. So
and this is it's a voluntary project. They're not mandated in any way to change their sanitary system?
Correct. It's completely voluntary. One of our residential customers had a relationship with someone in the board there, proposed the idea, hey, this might be a great idea to improve water quality in the area. And that's kind of the genesis of the project, but it's completely voluntary at this point.
Did you say it was a co-op or condo complex, or is it just single ownership?
It's owned. It's zoned as a waterfront motel, but it is a co-op community. We shared with Ms. Fenlon the proprietary lease.
I got it. It's not a condo. It's a co-op, so it's technically just one owner.
Right.
Everybody else has leases.
Yes.
Wow.
So this falls within the 0 to 2 travel zone. Jackie, the requested funding seems high to me. I'd love to see a breakdown so I can understand that better. I'm sure it would make sense once I saw it, but the number seems high. I think it has a lot to do with the proximity to groundwater there and those other issues. But it doesn't. I guess it does not fall into our mandate unless there was substantial work done on the property to allow that to happen. Is that correct?
Correct. So the Water Quality Advisory Board was very supportive of this project and notes the need for this, although there was concern that this project was not shovel ready at this point. So even though they understand the need, and most likely and then hopefully we can get Sean, if you could provide us with a breakdown, that would be great. All these applications are online, but sometimes it is difficult to look through the estimates. We have that challenge every year. But with this, we were recommending 15,000, which was the request, the noted engineering costs, so that they could do this in a phased approach. We would like to support, they would like to support the funding of the engineering plans at this point, and then ask for them to come back when that is more shovel ready. That was a recommendation. So hoping to see them back in 22 for additional breakdown and funding.
Okay, and we now have the ability to roll over that funding, which makes that easier to do. So good. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add to Ms. Fenlon's point there. The co-op board here is also amenable to that. Some preliminary discussions we had with that is, they see this project as a 2022 project, the actual implementation of the project. So, that this would be something that, that they support as well, understanding that, we do have a preliminary site plan. We do have a preliminary budget breakdown that I had sent out. But we certainly can get into more specifics after the engineering phase is complete.
Yeah, and Sean, I mean, this is what we believe the board, advisory board just discussed, but we believe the need for the additional funding was because of the leaching galleys and because the depths of groundwater. So we're talking about a very shallow system with a lot of infrastructure. Is that what drove the price up in this case?
Correct. So if you see in the budget breakdown, the cost of the units are the cost of the units. In terms of the Fuji Clean units, that wouldn't change on any of these projects. And that the cost of the unit total cost is $112,000. The labor cost to install them $168,000. We got some informal bids from installer partners of ours on that. The big driver here is those leaching galleys. So the leaching galleys and distribution manholes and the labor to install them increase the cost another $217,000. So if it was a situation where we had 20 feet to groundwater where we could deal with this with much fewer larger capacity cesspools, we could have done this for significantly cheaper. It's just the nature of it being a waterfront property. We're kind of at the max. I should also say just of late, a few of these discussions internally with Grosser and with the Hampton Arms community itself is there is a next door property that they own that kind of has the same similar restrictions in terms of groundwater, depth of groundwater. However, we're also looking to the feasibility right now of pumping the waste to the next door property, and the idea of more of a shallow drain field in that area, and to see, and just, trying to run some numbers just to see if that would reduce the cost, if any, in that area, for just as sort of a third alternative to what we have going on here. We don't anticipate the cost to go down much, if anything, but we are exploring that option.
Okay, so you still have some work to do on this till we get a more solid estimate.
Yeah, I think this is a rough ballpark, and that 662 number also includes a 15% contingency that we included in here. But yeah, so we think it's a close to what this thing will cost informally, but there is more legwork to do.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, was the additional property to the south? Was it this property? I was just trying to show an aerial, or is it to the north?
It's to the south.
Is it this one right here?
Kind of the you see the big grassy field?
Yes.
Yeah, that area.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
John, when you were talking about rolling over money, did you mean like approving a higher amount and sort of encumbering it for next year, or just reapplying next year for the larger amount?
Well, if the proposal was a phased proposal that was over multi-year, that those funds could be encumbered and held and rolled over, they wouldn't return to the land preservation portion of CPF as unspent.
Okay, so it's no longer automatic that the 20% water quality goes back to land preservation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in regards to IA system installation at this point.
Oh,
I can
okay.
also add to that, Mr. Supervisor.
Go ahead, Lisa.
The funds can roll over if they're encumbered as a capital project or a water quality project.
But we'd have to sort of know the cost.
Right, a specific amount has to be allocated for that project in order for the funds to carry over into the following year. And that would be done as part of the awards that you would make for this round 4. If monies are not allocated from water quality for a specific project or for the IA systems, then that money does go back at the end of the year into the general CPF acquisition budget.
So we could allocate a chunk of money for the actual system, though we don't have the precise number yet. We could estimate, no? And then encumber that money?
We could do that, but I think also when the Water Quality Advisory Committee was meeting, we're also anticipating that we will have nearly twice as much
Money next year.
money for next year for projects that are costly, more costly.
So what happens, Lisa, if, let's say we encumbered $500,000 for a project and as an estimate, and only 450,000 of it spent? That 50,000 that's left over, does that roll back to land preservation, or does that stay with that project until it's complete?
It would stay with the project until it's complete or until you approved a budget resolution transferring that money
Yep.
somewhere else.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But Lisa, if we didn't spend all the water quality money this year, then that money will go to land preservation, correct?
That's correct, as long as that money was unallocated for a specific project.
So although we have a lot of money next year, we're going to need a lot of money for water quality projects. So it might make sense if we know this is coming next year and we know it's approximately, let's say, $500,000, we could put $500,000 aside for this project. If it comes in higher, we can adjust it next year. If it comes in lower, that's okay too.
That's correct. We could do that. I think at the conclusion of all the hearings, we will provide to you the recommendation for the total amount of funding to reserve and potentially carry over through
I
next
guess
year.
what I'm trying to say is that would make sense if we weren't spending all of this year's water quality money. But if we fund this at, let's say, at the lower number of 15,000, and the other projects that you're recommending do exhaust all the funds, then I don't have a problem with that. I might have a problem though if we're not going to spend all the water quality money, because we have plenty of money for open space at the moment.
Right. I think when the funding recommendations were made, we factored in a total award of $4.7 million,
Okay.
4.5.
And that's
around
with
there.
the 15,000 for this project, not the 600.
That's correct. Yes, that is correct. With the assumption that next year they will be ready to move forward with the rest of the project, and
Okay, I
CPF
got
would
it.
have more funds available.
I got it.
That makes sense?
That would be a separate application,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I understand it now. Thank you.
And I just want to remind everybody that we just had a public hearing earlier to buy property right across the bay. So I would love to see this project move forward. If we have to phase it, then let's phase it. But it's an important part. You know, we're doing our part on the other side. Let's do it on this side too.
Sure.
Good point.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to the next one.
So the next one is number 9, which is Hampton Resorts Commercial Septic Replacement with 4 IA systems, also better known as the Atlantic Hotel. So this is impacting the watershed of Great Peconic Bay. The requested funding is $365,632.50. So there is, and the applicant, sorry, is Pramod Sagi. I do not know if he's present.
Did we see this one last year?
You did.
And
Correct.
we didn't want to do all of it. We decided to do, I think, like 100,000 of it, or
Correct.
because some of it was for a new restaurant that was opening. We just wanted to do I thought the hotel itself, but not the added, the added density and activity.
Yeah, that was the discussion we had last time. You're correct.
Yeah, because, I have some familiarity with these things when you try to reopen a prior use that is grandfathered. They'll make you, they'll grandfather it in terms of lot area, but they make you go to IA now. So it's sort of a requirement to get that restaurant use back up and running. So I didn't feel like we should be paying for that. Other people pay for that themselves, but getting the current hotel itself onto IA seemed to make sense, but we didn't have a good breakdown on the numbers. But it looks like a repeat of the proposal we saw last year.
Yeah, so I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but the ask last year was over 400,000. The Water Quality Advisory Board last year, we actually did interview the applicant, and we had a very lengthy discussion of the breakdown of the costs. We had actually recommended last year 208,000, I believe. 100,000. So the Water Quality Advisory Board is recommending another 100,000 this year, pursuant to our review. And we really, sorry, go ahead.
I thought the town awarded 100,000 last year.
You did. The Water Quality recommended 208. The town board awarded 100.
100.
Right.
Yes.
And whatever happened to that 100,000?
I don't think he utilized it yet, but he essentially applied again.
He applied for, 365,000 on top of the 100,000 we already awarded him?
I think he's saying that the full project after paring it down, and this is based upon discussions, so I don't want to speak for him, but based upon the discussions I had for him, he pared it down from the 400 to 365 total. So essentially the additional costs that aren't funded are 265.
All right, but do we have a breakdown in terms of what it's going to? Because are we still funding the reopening of the restaurant that is claimed to have been there, which I don't know whether it wasn't, but I thought that was the plan, is to reopen the restaurant, a restaurant at this property.
I do believe that's the case. I just don't want to speak for
The health department then required, if you want to do that, you gotta go to IA. And it's a high cost, so he's coming to us for help. I didn't have a problem with helping. I just didn't want to go full freight.
Mhm.
And I think that still holds true, Supervisor. I think we need to revisit this, because this basically looks like a reapplication of the same, it's the same application, you know, pared down by not by much, and the same arguments still hold true. The concerns that, you know, we're actually increasing density and helping, you know, expand an operation through and paying for it with the, you know, CPF funds. So I'd really like to see this application and go through it carefully. I have the same feelings you do.
I mean, we have the owner here.
You know, I don't see him in the Zoom. We did email him, but we did not receive a response back.
And Jackie, you said that you don't think that he did any work, or he just hasn't spent the money and hasn't applied for a reimbursement, or?
I don't think he has approval from the health department, but I don't think he started any of the work yet. What he told me in past discussions was that there used to be a small restaurant, but then it was renovated for some use like laundry, I believe. But he's looking to get that restaurant back, which is associated with the updating of the IA system that's required by the health department. So that request is triggering the need for the update, which we understand. You know, the committee did understand the concern. We did a detailed breakdown last year. We interviewed him, which was why the committee was comfortable with 208,000. So we acknowledged that he already received 100,000. They were willing to recommend another 100,000 for the project, but I can get additional information for you, and the application is online. So I can ask him for a little bit more detail on the matter.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'd like more information here. I'd like to know what it would cost just simply to get the hotel onto an IA.
Okay, I can ask for the breakdown, hotel units existing versus the cost related to updating for the restaurant.
It's a commercial use, and I'm not sure that I'd want to pay the full freight on just the hotel use. But I think a sizable grant for that as an incentive would make sense. But I don't want to be paying for the restaurant.
And I think we need an accounting at the very least on the first 100,000, you know, because that was, again, you know, there was an expectation of the applicant being responsible to the concerns that we had about it and what he's actually spent. And, you know, I'd like to see the receipts on that to be sure that, you know, we're not going down a rabbit hole here.
Yeah, I just like to real quick point out what I recall what I understand is he hasn't spent any money yet because he's reluctant to do anything without enough money to be able to finish. And we had asked him to remove all sorts of site restoration expenses like irrigation and a lot of the H20 rating and pavement and grease traps. And so we were really focused on, and this is kind of how we got to the 200,000 number last year, was, you know, grease traps aside, paving aside, irrigation aside, fence repair aside, we removed all of that stuff. And we got, you know, just like Mr. O'Neill pointed out in the previous application, the leaching galleys are what really drove up the cost because the health department wouldn't let him do a pressurized drain field. So that, I think that's what, from what I recall, the conversations with the applicant in previous rounds was the dozens of leaching galleys were the major cost, above and beyond the 4 treatment units.
Okay, yeah, so has he even applied to the health department? Do you know that?
I believe he has health department approval.
He does, okay.
I believe so.
All right, so I agree with the supervisor. We need more information to be able to even act on this.
So Chris, your take was right around 200,000 was the amount related to just the hotel piece of it when you carved the restaurant stuff out?
Yeah, when we did our math, the first go around, and we pulled out all of that other stuff that I just mentioned, that's how we got to the 200,000 number, down from the original 4 and change request.
And I think during our earlier discussions on this, we kind of came up with a similar number, just on the spur without actually having looked at it. So that confirms that we really need to dig into this more.
I mean, I might, I think last year when I came up with my number, I was looking at the differential between a conventional system and an IA system. And that's sort of the delta I was shooting at, so if he had to put in a conventional system, whatever, then maybe that's 100,000, but the IA is 100,000 additional. And so I think that's where the 100,000 last year came in. I mean, I might be willing to do a little bit more than the original 100,000 here, but lots of other businesses have had to upgrade because of this health department requirement, and people have paid they've borrowed the money to do it.
Yeah, agreed.
So, I mean, I understand he wants to make it more of a boutique hotel. He feels he needs the food and beverage to do it. It will up what he can charge per night at the hotel. But, our job really is to focus on water quality and not to increase somebody's profits, their business model. So I don't know. I just feel like there's a sweet spot. There is a number that I could support. I'm just not sure what it is yet. I might be willing to go higher than last year's 100,000. The breakdown will help a little bit, but it's really up to the board to decide how much it wants to provide for what essentially is an effort to change the business model of this hotel to more of a resort hotel.
Yeah, and it gets to the point that we don't. The precedent here is not to pay for things that are not related to water quality, and that's really the crux of it. So, maybe Jackie, you could get, and Chris, you could, get your estimates of why you kind of arrived at the $200,000 number. Chris, you had said you'd cut out a whole bunch of stuff there. It would be good to see what was in the applicant's application, what was added in there, so we can parse that out.
Actually, while you guys were discussing, I was reviewing my notes from last year, and we do have a breakdown of it. So I could actually email that to you guys if that'd be helpful, although that is based upon the 408 that he asked for last year. So he has pared that down to the 365. And actually, I misspoke. We had recommended 281,000 funding, and that was based upon the direct costs related with the sanitary system, taking out the items that Chris mentioned.
Okay, that's what I kind of recall too. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I can email that to you guys.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Worthwhile at this point to see how many commercial establishments we've given money that we've granted grants to, and compared to residential. And I believe it is a different model here. At some point, hopefully, if everything works out, this gentleman will be making money off of this venture. And he may very well exceed the grant that is given to him from this fund. So we may want to consider that in future.
No, I agree with that, and it's and you're right. It is a different model, and we're kind of exploring our way through that. But there's some great basic tenets that have to override all of this. And that's certainly one of them. That's not our job. It should be as focused on all water quality, and that's all, period.
Well, I do.
I'm sorry, which
I
parts?
I agree with the rationale here, and I really appreciate actually Jay and or Mr. Supervisor and Councilman Bouvier the argument you got, because I'm pretty sure we had the same argument. But what we're seeing the alternative is that he's now not acting, and he's leaving the conventional system in place instead of upgrading, right? So the alternative here is he doesn't get enough funding to proceed, and he leaves the conventional system in place, a block away from Cold Spring Pond, right? So that's, that from the water quality perspective, that's the reality of what's actually happening is he, the carrot wasn't big enough
Right.
for him to act, and so he's leaving the conventional system in place.
Right. So
I appreciate that, Chris. But I think last year we had done the 381, which I think it covers all of that. So if that's not an inducement for him to
no, we didn't do 381. We did 100,000 last year, John.
No, but I mean, we know what the actual cost is, and he just came back with essentially the same number, even though he's aware of what you guys had told him what the cost was, right? There's only so much inducement that you can induce, for lack of a better term.
I think Chris got it right. We probably didn't offer a big enough carrot, but what is the right size carrot is the,
Well, let's go back and look at the numbers.
Yep, I can email you the notes from last year, but again, they're last year's, so I will ask him for a breakdown that we can.
There is a carrot, Chris, because I know this business. Okay, I'm in this business, right? So by getting the food and beverage, he will up his room rates. If he's trying to sell this property, it becomes a much more valuable property. He has a big carrot to do this, and I can't fault him for wanting to get as much grant money as possible. So, I'm willing to revisit it, maybe make the carrot a little bit bigger, but I don't know how far. I'm not going to support, the 365 that he's looking for.
Well, and the carrot shouldn't include fences and grease traps and paving. So, I mean, there should be a way to come to some sort of number that really works for him, for the stuff that we want to do and for the stuff that is required under this program.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. So
I'm assuming that the town will let him reopen the restaurant too, whether we consider that ancillary to a hotel or whether that's a separate use, whether it's grandfathered or abandoned, I don't know. Whole separate thing.
I just got a text from someone that's suggesting that we should explore a cap on some of these things, and like the state does. So I think that may be what we should look at.
Yeah, that's a possibility too. And in terms of like residential, how much we give residential versus commercial. So we have a residential program. Commercial properties can't take advantage of those individual IA system grants. We put millions aside for those. I think it's important that we do these commercial ones on a case-by-case basis. And I do think we need to be sort of fair in our approach. We've seen some that have no secondary motive. They're just doing it because it's the best thing for the environment. They're not trying to gain in any way by added uses. And we've seen some that have other motivating factors. So I think we have to parse it all out. We've got to figure it out what the right type of grant award is based on each individual circumstance, and just try to be even-handed. And and I think Chris's point is good too, that this one is very close to a watershed here.
Chris, are they currently operating as a restaurant?
Not as a restaurant. It's a hotel.
One
Well,
thing
we could actually intensify the use with this. And I'm not saying not do it, but
No, I mean, those are all things that you have to factor in. You know, I remember Janice Shearer a number of years ago, we talked about something similar to this, and she was suggesting nitrogen credits and some other things. I think it gives me a little pause that we need to look at this a little more comprehensively, particularly when it comes to commercial properties.
I agree, Councilman. We can actually be, like creating new, use. It's not density in the residential sense, but it certainly is higher, intensity.
Well, the restaurant would be open to the public. People would be able to go there and they'd be able to have events and things like that. And yeah, there'll be potentially an intensification of use. So
they claimed that so, they claimed it was only open to the hotel.
That is correct.
They would have to covenant that
legally. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard. I don't know how you do that.
If I might add, the one additional thing that should be noted is that this was actually only for one of the buildings. So this was only the update for the western building. So there is an eastern building that still has high residential, high input to the east. So I just wanted to also clarify that this ask is for one building currently.
Okay. All right. Shall we move to the next?
Yes. So the next is Riverside Sewer System Year 1 Planning and Design. And that's for the Peconic Estuary, and it's from the Town of Southampton Land Management, and Janice Shearer as the applicant.
Good evening, everyone. Save the best for last. No, actually, you're very familiar with this project. This is for the planning for Riverside sewage treatment. We have a number of steps that have to be taken in order to get there. The overall goal, as you know, is to revitalize Riverside. In doing so, our goal is to incorporate existing flow and new density. So we have to remember that there is new density in this STP, but our ask from CPF has to just do with really we're trying to get the existing flow onto the system and plan for the system, just like the way Sag Harbor, Southampton Village, and anyone else's at West Hampton Beach. We looked at the applications that were made for those areas, and this is consistent in that we're asking to update our engineering report with EFC, which is the Environmental Facilities Corporation. Last week, we had a very intensive 3-day session with a value engineering firm that looked at all our plans and looked at how this is being designed and made a number of recommendations that the report will now we have to pay our engineering consultant to update it to reflect those recommendations. We will have to do a supplemental secret review on all of this in terms of, we've selected the site, as you know. We're looking at, the acquisitions in this ask. The request is also to purchase property, so it's a large number, but that's also, as you know, to facilitate the purchase of the Shumeda parcel and 408 Flanders Road, and maybe the other Head Start parcel just to the north of our parcels in the enterprise zone subdivision. So those things will all require funding, the surveys, the easements, and the bond council, et cetera, that we need to facilitate actually enacting a sewer district. So it's a fair amount. We did have some budget for this, which was $50,000, and another 30 some odd that we already spent on the original engineering report. So that was our match. I think it's really important that we move forward with this and make some real progress toward it. I know that we have to be mindful of the fact that some things are, the new density wouldn't qualify, but the existing folks there, we've, looked at how to phase this whole thing in a way that will bring them onto the sewage treatment system. And then a future request would be to try to create a program to kind of rebate people to hook up, similar to what you've seen earlier with the condo association, et cetera, we would try to come up with some kind of rebate program for the existing development once that pipe is in the ground to hook in. So really, the biggest number here is the acquisitions, and they need to be done with water quality funds. But I hope you can look favorably on this, and thank you. And I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Can I ask Janice, typically, we have been buying properties out of the fund all along through CPF. We haven't gone through the committee or this process.
That's right. I thought it would be best to just create a capital project, because we oftentimes we were like, okay, well, we might buy this, so we don't want to use this much money, but just in case, and the contract works out, and it's just sort of like too loosey-goosey. Like, it would be better for us to create a capital project, put the funding in the project, and then when we're ready to close, have the money there waiting, so no one's kind of waiting on us. And
how much of this is land acquisition?
actually, Jen, can you put up the budget, or Jackie, can you let Jen Messiano put the budget on the screen?
Absolutely.
Yep, thank you. So it's 1.8 for acquisitions.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to add, so the water quality,
most of it's acquisition.
the
Most
majority.
of its acquisition, like I said, there's some easements that we need to purchase for force mains. And we had appraisals done. Those will have to, we had COVID happen, and it's been a little time now, and now with the value engineering, where they're making sure that our pathways for the pipes, et cetera, are appropriate. And as they're kind of re-evaluating everything we've proposed to make sure that we're, spending everything wisely, which is a really nice, excellent thing to do. And the state is paying for that for us. And if we update it and do it as they say, we will be eligible for 0% hardship financing for 30 years. So we're very, this is exciting, and we're doing that. But yeah, without the land acquisitions, we would have to find an alternate method for the outflow.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, Janice, in addition to the bonding that you just described, would there be any grants available from the states to?
Oh, yes. Well, that's the other thing. There's all these WIA grants, and all these things are coming available. And as you know, potentially federal infrastructure money. So we're really moving. If we do this now, we can really line ourselves up to, on top of doing SECRA, I'll also have to do NEPA to get federal funds, which is a federal environmental review. And that's not even on here, but we will make sure to comply with NEPA and SECRA and be shovel ready. You can't actually apply for the WIA grants until the district is formed. So it's a little catch-22 problem there, but we're anticipating, getting everything lined up, and with EFC's help, I think that we can get significant grants here. So this will go a long way toward getting, hopefully, the most of the money that we need to, that would be the ideal scenario, is to get like $20 million in grants.
And it's certainly significant commitment on the local government's part that I'm assuming that the people who issue the grants, they like to see that kind of commitment, financial and otherwise.
We did actually, with Jen Messiano's help, we applied for congressional funding as well. So we put in for Jen, that was $500,000 or $500,000. I can't remember.
It was in that. Yeah, I'll pull that up. It's been a while since I looked at that one, but it was.
Every time we see anything available, we apply for it, but the biggest ask will be the federal infrastructure money and the state WIA grants, but we need to enact the district, and it's I just gotta get all this stuff into a capital project and be able to draw down and do this methodically so that we can get to the point where we can start construction on phase 1 and put the existing people on phase 1. And that will be that's our first immediate goal. So our immediate ambition is to get the district formed, start and do a phase 1 program with including some town-owned parcels, hopefully, and do a development project there. And at the same time, add existing density. So it's kind of like one for one as we move along. That's the goal.
I would hope that we would include any purchases that we have done in the past, number of years on this project. And there have been many. I know we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here a bit, but all of that should be included in this for grant applications, because we have a number of parcels already purchased for this purpose.
Absolutely. It's a huge investment, and it's a real commitment, I think, on the part of the town board, and also with the supervisor really leading us toward getting phase 1 done. I think that we're on the way to doing that, and this will help a lot by putting it in a dedicated account that rolls over, as you know, year to year.
Yeah, I like this idea. I really support it. We've made both time and financial investments over the number of years to get to, and this is the thing that's holding us back. And we need to move forward. And I support this.
I mean, these are critical pieces. We don't have a map and plan yet for this area.
Yeah.
Right. That's our next step, sort of, is just we're going through this value engineering process, which we just finished, and they're going to give us the recommendations. We'll then update the engineering report. We'll then finish the supplemental seeker review and NEPA review now, so that we can be in line for federal funds when that comes to pass. And then once all that is ready, we can publish our map and plan, which requires, as you see, topographical surveys and et cetera. We need meets and bounds done for the district. Then we'll have a special district, and hopefully maybe even phase it as phase 1 being a special district, and then kind of radiate out to make it go faster.
All right. Any other questions on this? All right. This is all one giant public hearing, and
Yeah.
that was all just the introduction. And we probably have now scared on the entire public off. But Charles, is there anyone from the public who've been waiting for the last?
There's no public.
Okay.
John Parker's still on.
Yeah, we have. Who's John Parker? Is he looking
From
at
Sag Harbor? He's on the harbor committee. Good man.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, he's very patient, or fell asleep and never turned his computer.
Well, you could do sorry to interrupt you, but you could
John
do
is still
public
there.
comment.
Hey, John. So I guess, because we're a Zoom, do we want to hold this open for 2 weeks and then, close the oral part of it, close the public hearing, and leave the written record open for 2 weeks? Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me. We do have a bunch of stuff to review that we'll get from Jackie and et al. So that'll give us time to be able to review that.
What did we get from et al? No, sorry.
Well, others
Yeah.
were contributing numbers to us.
All right. So that's fine. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, leave the record open for 2 weeks for written comment.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I just want to thank all the people involved. I know, some of you are volunteers completely. It's a lot of time to ask of you. So like Chris, thank you so much for being a part of this. And John, thank you as well. And then
thank everybody. Our water quality committee is clearly working hard and diligently. So thank you guys. Thank Janice, and thank Jackie, and thank all of you. So I with you, Supervisor. So they work hard and they do a really good job.
Yep.
Yeah, and I wanted
Pleasure and an honor.
Yeah, wanted to give credit to Emily F. Stration too, because she's newly.
Emily, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Chris, please pass our appreciation along to the Water Quality Committee over there. And
Will
Jen,
do.
thank you too. All right, so I think this was the last public hearing. Yes, it was. So now the next is public portion. I imagine there's nobody here to speak in public portion, but I have to ask, does anybody want to be heard in public portion? If so, click the raise hand icon.
Thank you, everyone.
I see no hand.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
I see no hands.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public portion,
Second?
seconded by Councilman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. You guys ready? To the rest of the agenda. So we're gonna start with resolution 884 being offered by Councilwoman Lofstad.
Town Board Resolution 2021-884 authorizes supervisor to transfer ownership of dangerous dog Loki to Southampton Animal Shelter Foundation.
Second.
So going to the foundation or an individual, I guess to the foundation first.
Well, did you get the paperwork from Sean?
I was briefed on it earlier that.
Yeah.
I think it was the original individual it was going to a change. I think it's
Yes, it went from Mr. Hulse to, I believe, his daughter or granddaughter,
right.
and both of them work at the shelter. And you're right, I'm not sure why it says the shelter, why it's being.
There's a resolution.
You're authorizing me to transfer it not to an individual, but to the shelter.
Right.
But I guess then they can,
They do what they do after that. Yeah.
well, why don't we
They're
leave
the
it?
ones signing the indemnification and the whole homes.
Right, so we're transferring ownership to the shelter so they can transfer the dog to somebody else.
That sounds okay to me.
Okay.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We had a second on that one, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Rick.
Okay,
On board resolution 2021-911, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is to authorize a survey for Bidewee Home Association Incorporated at the indicated Suffolk County tax map with Young and Young.
Second.
second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Town Board Resolution 912 of 2021, authorize the purchase of asbestos abatement from 192 Branch Interior Services for 33 Bay Avenue, East Quogue.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Lofstad, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
On board resolution 2021-913, to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with LK McLean and Associates PC for professional services related to the installation of a new IA sanitary system at Flying Point Beach.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. On the motion, did we sort out everything, John, with that? I had some concerns about the location of the IA system.
Yep. Everything that we had discussed, it was all sorted out. So it was moved where we wanted it.
Closer to the ocean. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Away from
Away
the Bay area. Okay.
Right.
Pond area. Okay. So there's a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2021-914, I'm asking to withdraw this. And I hope everybody got my email about the series of events. Jay, you had put a bug in my ear during draft review, and I looked into it, and the pool table was in good shape. And the Youth Bureau said they could use it for the new West Hampton Community Center. And Peter
good.
Gaudiello said that they could store it. So everything came together great. So I wanted to thank everybody who worked on that. And so we got a pool table waiting for the West Hampton seniors and youth people.
So does that come with cues and balls already?
I'm sure, yes, I'm just gonna say yes.
So we have a pool table at the new center. Great.
There you go. All right, I'm gonna take that cue to move on to the next resolution.
Town Board Resolution 2021-915, Authorize the supervisor to execute a contract extension with LK McLean Associates PC for professional engineering services for Shinnecock Commercial Dock Capital Project Design.
Second.
And on the motion, Jay, you had asked what it was about last draft review. Parks Director Doulos said it's a construction inspection for bulkhead replacement and the new electrical infrastructure it's in progress right now.
So, all right, and it's 103,000 engineer. It just sounded like a large amount of engineering.
It's a lot of bulkhead.
Okay.
And that's on top of what we passed at the last meeting, I think.
Right, let's see.
Yeah.
Well, this is a no cost, this is a no time cost extension.
So she says, the reso says not to exceed 103.6, but of that 71.9 has already been paid out to them for design. And so it's actually be a PO in the amount of 31.7 for the construction inspection services now underway.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense to me because I knew there was a significant outlay already on this. Okay, so do we have a motion and a second on this one? We had a motion.
John seconded it, I believe.
I'm sorry, I'm muted. Yes, there was a second.
But John was the second?
Yes.
All right.
John Bouvier is the second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
John Bouvier the second? There's another.
He is the second.
I'm actually the fourth.
He might be the fourth, yes.
May the fourth be with you. All right.
Oh.
All right,
Oh, boy.
916 of 2021, amends the 21 through 25 capital budget for Shinnecock Commercial Dock improvements.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. That's the additional 31,000 for that inspection services.
Yeah.
So 917 of 2021, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, accepts donation for Southampton Town Police Department from the Robbins Island Foundation, 2,500, Greek Orthodox Church, 10,000 for our police department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved, and thank you to those organizations. All right, next one is 918 of 2021, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. It's allocation of the 2021 mortgage tax receipts and ARPA's coronavirus federal grant to the police fund.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 919 of 2021 amends the 2021 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 920 of 21 amends the 21 through 25 capital budget for Squiretown Park Stairs.
Second.
I think they all are something. I'm gonna give this one to Rick, Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Thank God we're fixing those stairs finally. 921, 2021 authorizes 2021 contribution to Volunteer Ambulance Worker Trust Fund. This is co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 922 of 21 authorized closure of capital projects.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 923 of 21 disbands the Opioid Addiction and Recovery Committee and establishes the Addiction and Recovery Behavioral Health Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2021-924, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. historic landmark designation of the Winter Cabin Building, AKA Dining Hall, associated with the former Girl Scout Camp Tecumwitha, located at the town's Squiretown Park with entrance at 62 Red Creek Road, Hampton Bays, pursuant to Southampton Town Code 330-321.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone on the motion. Yeah, we held a hearing on this. I think it's a historic landmark. I think it's not a lot of buildings like it that sort of represent that period. And this will enable the CPF fund to fix it up, which is going to be costly, but it will then be able to be used by the public, by educational groups, camps, Peconic, what's the Cornell Cooperative Extension, whoever, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. So we approached it objectively. It met the criteria, and I think we should move forward with this.
And my thanks to our historic and our landmarks historic board for that designation. Town Board Resolution 2021.
Wait. We haven't voted yet.
It's a long day.
No, and there was a number of people involved with doing the research on this. I think Julie Green was part of that, our town historian. So
yeah, and our landmarks board, they all were part of that, led by Chairman Wisnowski.
I'd like to echo the sentiments there, Councilman. And really, I believe that this is a new beginning for that building and the community over there.
Agreed.
Anyone else? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2021-925, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell. Authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Hampton Bays High School Pep Rally Parade on October 1st, 2021 from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in Hampton Bays.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2021-926, authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for Sea Tree Giddy Up 5K on October 3rd, 2021 from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 927 to 21 accepts retirement of Deborah Braithwaite, Justice Court Director in Justice Court, also known to most of us as Renee. So I'm making a motion, but certainly want to thank Renee for her many years of service and did a stellar job over there in the Justice Court. And we will miss her, but we're appreciative of the work that she put in for the town. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Anyone else on the motion?
Well, she certainly will be missed over there. I know, she kept everything running smoothly in our Justice Court for many, many years, and she had special relationships with all the employees and the judges, and truly a unique person. And like I said, we will miss her. And congratulations, Renee.
Yeah, Tommy John, I agree. She was the heart and soul of that place, and every employee and everybody that walked through the building, she made them feel comfortable, and she did an awesome job.
Absolutely. And of course, we wish her the very best in her retirement.
Absolutely.
Well earned. All right, anyone else? I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 928 of 2021. This is to appoint Jacqueline McKay to Justice Court Director in the Town Justice Court.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Just on the motion, Jackie has been sort of second in command over there. She's been working very closely with Renee through the years, and I think she's going to do a really great job. She's super organized, super competent, everyone who works with her appreciates her work ethic and has been incredibly supportive of this promotion. And I have no doubt, having met her, that she'll do a great job. She's got big shoes to fill, but I know she's up to the task. So I'm pleased to move this forward. Anyone else on this? On the motion?
Very well cross-trained. I think she's going to do a great job. She knows everybody. She understands the system. Maybe she'll put a few more things on the computer than Renee did, but I think she'll do a great job.
Yeah. All right.
Great. I'll second that.
All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Congratulations, Jackie.
All right, 929-2021 accepts the retirement of Warren Booth, Senior Water Treatment Plant Operator in the Water District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Just on the motion, I've gotten to know Warren a little bit, having spent a little bit too much time over there at the Water District. You know, one of the things that Warren has been associated with has been the sampling of water, and we have greatly increased the amount of sampling that we do. And you know, it's very methodical. You have to follow very strict protocols in doing it. And Warren has really kept up with all that testing, and he's learned how to read all the health department, all the analytical reports related to the water tests. So he's been actually, really helpful to me in terms of letting me know if there are ever any issues of concern, any exceedances. And, I want to thank Warren for his many years of service to the Water District. We'll miss him as well. And I wish him the best, all the best in his retirement. Anyone else on the motion? All right, we had a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, on 9:30, which is terminating an employee, I need to amend it, not major. It's just that the effective date in the first resolve says effective close of business Thursday, September 9th. It should say Thursday, September 15th, 2021. So that was the final day. So this is a 9:30 terminate employment of a automotive equipment operator in the highway department. I'll make a motion to amend.
Second.
Second by Councilman Schiavone. This is just changing the effective date for termination to the 15th of September. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, moving on to 9:31 of 2021, appoints Veronica Douglas to contracts technician position in the controller's office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, 9:32 of 2021, appoints Seth Farrell to court officer position in Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 9:33 of 2021 appoints Bernard Langhorn to scale operator position in waste management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 9:34 of 2021 appoints Bruno Murata to records management assistant position in town clerk's office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Yeah,
9:30.
oh,
Go ahead.
that's yours, Jay.
If you want to read it, you can, but
Okay.
9:30 it's okay. 9:35 of 2021, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Schiavone, Notice of public hearing for the proposed recipients of the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, the next one I need to substitute with 38443. And I'm gonna have to find that. So give me a second.
On the,
I got it. All right, 38443. It's a notice of public hearing to consider a local law amending Chapter 330 zoning of the town of the Southampton Town Code with the addition of Article 14, Cultural Resources Protection Overlay District. Yeah, there was just a minor change in the substitution. And let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Yeah, I have it here.
that's just setting the public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just setting the public hearing. But I'm trying to figure out what the change was between this one and the other one. I did go over it with Dave Wilcox. It was a relatively minor issue. I think it might have been a change we made in the work session.
The overlay district subclass areas.
Yeah, it's the 2 foot depth and 20 and greater than 20 cubic yards.
Yep.
On the chart, you mean?
Yeah, in the chart, there was
Okay.
a minor.
Yeah, page 6 of the resolution.
Yeah, on page 6 of the resolution. All right, so I'm making a motion to substitute the 38443 for 936. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now I'll make a motion to approve 38443, setting the public hearing for
On the same motion, second.
a second on that. We'll just see what date this is going to be. It's on October 26th. And it doesn't look like, let me see if it's noticed for Zoom. No, yeah, no, it is noticed for a Zoom meeting. Okay. At 6 p.m., October 26th. All right, so we had a motion. I made the motion. We had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
So I think we're at page 37.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Town Board Resolution 2021-937, recall and amend road review application for Dom Deegan, Suffolk County tax map as indicated on the resolution, situated at North Sea is accepted.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2021-938 is a road review application for Jack and Tricia Haber, Suffolk County tax map as indicated on the resolution, situated at Bridgehampton is accepted.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye. That's on the regular agenda.
Right, so we're gonna go to the add-ons. Pull that up. All right, so the first on the walk-ons is 38377. It's co-sponsored. I'm not sure who the main sponsor is here. Let me see if
I
can
think
find-
you are.
I'm looking, yeah, it's myself, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Scavone. Authorizes the supervisor to sign a letter of intent which expresses an interest to purchase housing units located in West Hampton.
I also think Councilman Martell wanted to be added to that as co-sponsor.
Thank you, John.
Oh, great, right. Yeah, so this is, well, let's get a second on the motion. Who wants a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. So this is 13 buildings of Coast Guard housing, used to be Air Force housing, sort of across from Gabreski Airport, the old barracks housing. Each of the 13 buildings, one has one unit currently, and the rest all have two. So it's 25 apartments, basically. And if we're able to negotiate a good price with the federal government, the Coast Guard, we could create housing opportunities for 25 families potentially. They're nice units and a great little neighborhood over there. And I'm really hopeful that we can, this will make a nice difference in a lot of people's lives. So
I would like just for the public's edification that this is a letter of intent that's subject to appraisals and our agreement to purchase at a future point with a separate resolution.
Right,
So,
exactly. This is just that says that we're interested.
Yep.
Yeah, it was at the request of the federal government that we do this. It doesn't commit us or them to the project.
But then, because they're going to do appraisals, we're going to do appraisals. I did go through most of the buildings, and some need a bit of work, but some are in really excellent shape, and some are in decent shape. But all could be made, I think, without too much work into homes for people. So, all right, we had a motion and a second, so I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Moving on to 38437, appoints Harold Odell to Automotive Mechanic 5 position in the Highway Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 38440 accepts the resignation of Timothy. I usually say just a maintenance mechanic 1 position in Parks. So
second.
we'll leave it at that. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. And last, 38445 is warrant number 18, capital 18, CPF 18, and payroll liability.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Wow. Long night. We got to the end of the agenda. Is there any other business? We've been at this since 6. It's 10:30. So the long
Dinner
meeting.
time.
All
It's a
right.
good day.
Seeing no other
What are you serving, Joe?
seeing no other business,
Be over in 25 minutes.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Night, everyone.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.